and tiptoe through the tulips with me.
From the high desert. Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest. High desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon. About a minute late here. Sorry about that. There were some technical things that happened. The internet went berserk. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Great to have you along through all these time zones, circling around the world, each and every one of them covered like a blanket by this program. So, what in the world could it have been? Well, it was some last-minute scrambling thing trying to get the internet where it was supposed to be. So, the answer is, I don't know. But it fixed itself, or I banged on something correctly, or something. I have no idea. So, rules for the show. It's going to be an extremely interesting show tonight. The rules are as follows. No bad language, one call per show. Very simple. Almost no rules. I'm going to assume that you all have had enough politics for the night. So I'm not going to do that to you. I did see the debates, and that's all I have to say. In Chile, though, they've got some serious news to deal with. That's a big earthquake, 8.3. 8.3 off Chile's northern coast on Wednesday night, causing buildings to sway in the capital, Santiago, causing tsunami warnings and, in fact, really big, heavy waves, some flooding. Big earthquake, 8.3. I wonder when the big one comes to us. It is interesting to me that we have spent, I don't know how many billions of dollars, training Syrian rebels to fight, right? We want them to fight. And we are left with, well, we did have 54 fighters, and that was pretty embarrassing. Now we're down to 4 or 5 fighting soldiers. That's just nuts. In other words, it didn't work, period. There is an interesting survey going on. Well, maybe it's interesting. It's Tara McIsaac, I believe it is, reporting on Rupert Sheldrake's. He's always doing a study on something, plants or something, right? He's a very interesting interview. We should have him on, Rupert Sheldrake. But now he's doing a survey on how many of you are telepathic with regard to your phone. In other words, when your phone rings, do you know who's calling? I'm not sure that, a positive result on this is going to prove anything at all with regard to a telepathy. I don't think it's going to. But we'll see, and I'd like to have Rupert on anyway. Again, I'm not wild about this particular survey because, I usually know who's calling, right? Boy, I'll tell you what, buy a car and let the warranty lapse. You want calls? They will call you to death. Absolutely call you to death. It's crazy what they do. They never stop. Your warranty. You've got to do it. No, I don't. I don't have to do it. I can take my chances. If I have my own money, I can take my chances. Oh, you don't want to do that. You want to pay us. No, actually, I don't. I'd rather take my chances. Thank you. If I have to pay to get it fixed, I'll pay to have it fixed. All right. Well, anyway, coming up tonight, we're going to be talking with David Weatherly, and the subject is going to be shadow people. Now, because of the urgent attempt to get the Internet functioning again, I didn't have an opportunity to get hold of our guest yet. So I'm going to do the break first, and I'm going to get him on the line because, and it's a big because, I want him to hear my story of terror. And I'm not kidding about that word. Terror really is the right word. And that's the reason I want to do this show. So coming up in a few moments, David Weatherly, we're going to be talking about, it even bothers me to say it, shadow people. Stay right where you are.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA, well, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
I really think that is my favorite. All right. David Weatherly is coming up, and I'll tell you all about him. But before I get him on, I'm going to tell you why he's here. Because I had a terror. And that's the only decent word the only word that fits. I had a terror. I've been a talk show host. I've been talking about this kind of stuff all my adult life. But it never happens to me, save an experience with a couple of unidentified flying objects, one very serious one. None of this other stuff. I've never met these creatures, these animals, these things that we talk about and wonder about on the air. Until, and I'm telling this mostly for David's benefit because I doubt he's ever heard it, until about 2 or 3 weeks before the show, I was staying up late, getting in training. You have no idea the hours I keep. It's awful, actually. I rarely get to sleep anymore before about 5 to 6 in the morning, usually about 6. At any rate, I was in training for that later hour. Turned out I needed more training, by the way. And I was in my ham shack, my ham radio room. You've seen pictures. In fact, there's a picture of that on my profile picture on Facebook. And working on the computer. I've got a full desktop computer and a monitor in there. And I was beginning to catch up on the world of the paranormal, because that's about, what I was about to plunge into again. Working very late into the morning, concentrating very hard. And so what I'm going to tell you is the dead flat truth, and it is terrifying. It may not sound terrifying to you because it hasn't happened to you yet. Or maybe it has. You know how we've talked in earlier programs about how you can sense when somebody's watching you or you're being watched or something? I had that sense. And oh God, I turned to my right, and here is this human form. It was not completely solid. I could see something behind it, but it did have enough solidity so I knew what I was looking at. This wasn't, a trick of the eye. This wasn't a floater in the eye or anything like that. A lot of people, I guess, have that kind of problem. I don't see how you could mistake it for what I saw, because what I saw was a being. It was a being. It looked like a human. Now, it had legs, it had a torso, it had a head. The arms, I guess, were at the side and kind of mixed in with it, but other than that, that's what it looked like. And as I mentioned, I could see through it. Now, I'm describing this to you, but it doesn't describe the instant of terror. This was to my right as I sat on the desk. I looked over and I saw this being, and I just kind of jumped, and I guess I was on a little bit of shock, or a lot of shock, I don't know. Anyway, it vanished. It was gone. And I looked behind me. I've got a swivel chair. All my chairs are made for a bad back, right? I've got a swivel chair. I swiveled around, looked behind me, and there it was. It was behind me, up against the back wall. And I could again see a little bit behind it, but it was pretty solid. Still looking just the same way, no real change. The same way. And I was scared out of my wits. I came back around, and oh my God, it was on my left. It was on my left up against the wall. And when it disappeared, it just went like that. It was just gone. And then suddenly it was to my left up against the wall. I don't know any other words to describe it except shadow person, or shadow being, or entity, whatever in the hell it was. It scared me so badly at that point that I ran out of the room. I've got a wife, I've got a daughter in a room next to me, next to my hem shack. I ran to the back of the house to the closet. I guess I really shouldn't be talking about all of this. Anyway, I went to where I keep a weapon and got it. Probably a poor choice, but I'll tell you, the terror was such that I was convinced that we had an intruder in the house, that something awful was there, whatever in the hell it was awful. And so I went everywhere. I went everywhere in the house. I went in every room. I went out in the garage. I went all over the place. Surprised I didn't wake my wife. And found nothing. But when I tell you what I experienced was terror, I mean real terror. No idea what I saw. To this very day, no idea. I remember doing a show many, many years ago on shadow people. People sent in pictures of, shadow beings in hats and stuff like that. But, to me, at that point, it's something that we talk about. It's something for a night's subject. And it kind of snuck up on me slowly. I had never heard of it before, and certainly never experienced it until recently. So there you have my kind of embarrassing description of what happened. Now comes David Weatherly, thank goodness, a paranormal investigator, an author, adventurer, explorer. For over 35 years, he has delved into the world of the strange, investigating cases around the country and around the world. He has written and lectured on a diverse range of topics, including cryptozoology, ufology, hauntings, and ancient mysteries. David has also studied shamanic and magical traditions with elders from numerous cultures, including Europe, Tibet, Native American, and Africa. He has been a guest on a wide range of TV and radio programs, including Dreamland, over there with Whitley, featured in Watchers Volume 5. He is the author of Black-Eyed Children. Oh, that's another good one that has only come up recently. And a book called Strange Intruders. So, David, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
Good evening, Art. Thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, good evening. So, I had to delay things and change them around so that I had you on the line when I went through that description. And I wanted you to hear what I experienced, which, honest, scared the hell out of me, David. It really did. It's hard to describe the kind of terror that I felt.
Oh, no doubt, Art. And I tell you, over the years, I have sat down with so many people and heard countless variations of that same type of account. And, often when I interview these people, it's like interviewing someone who's just went through a trauma.
Oh,
or,
trauma.
A very frightening experience, and they just radiate. I find that a lot of these people, even recounting their experiences to me, if it's been, a year or several years sometimes, when they go back to that moment, they start becoming fearful again.
That's right. It comes right back. It comes back.
Recalling the experience.
Yes.
It brings back not just the memory, but the emotional state that occurs.
That's right. The
during
terror.
These encounters.
That's the word for it. Terror. Trust me. Terror.
Yeah. There's no other word for it. And I'll tell you, I've heard some, that were so frightening and over the top that, you really sort of wonder how some of these people even maintain their sanity long enough to push beyond this. Because there are some of these encounters that become physical. And that takes the fear factor up in many more levels.
You sure would. I swear, it was a terrible idea to get a gun, because if I had seen this thing, I'd have fired. And it wouldn't have done a damn bit of good now that I think back on it. I'm sure it wouldn't. I mean, I'm sure a bullet would go through it just like a little bit of the light did. I guess you're some kind of expert on these things. Well, what the hell are they?
Well, first of all, despite having, so many years in the paranormal, I don't know that there's any such thing as an expert in this field. I continue to investigate, and all I have are more questions. And the shadow people, man, that's right there at the top of things that we just don't have enough answers. And one of the reasons that we don't is because these shadow beings, first of all, they go way back in history. You can read early medieval accounts of people encountering shadow or phantom monks, as they used to call them. And it would be this black moving shadow, for lack of a better term.
Mine didn't move. It moved from one part of the room to the other.
That's right.
But there was no physical movement of legs or anything like that.
No, but they almost move like shadows. Just as if if the way a shadow can suddenly move from one wall to another.
Of course.
Put your hand in front of a light and project a shadow, and that jerky, sudden movement where it looks like it's in one location and suddenly it's in another.
Right.
And this is very common with these things. People will report these things. They're very commonly reported in people's bedrooms late at night, and people will see these things at the foot of the bed or across the room, just looking in their direction.
All right.
And
let me see if I can
suddenly it moves.
Leon, let me see if I can get you to understand this. I'm a pretty rational person. I'm actually kind of a skeptic with most things. Frankly, I am. But I'm telling you, David, this thing had form. It was real. It was not some trick of shadow. It was not some trick of something wisping across my eye. It was real on my right. It was real behind me. It was real on my left. This was a real something. And you know, I can say these words and people will sit out there and go, yeah, right. He saw something. No, I saw a shadow person, or what I would describe as a shadow person. And there's absolutely no question about it. If people want to doubt it, fine, doubt it away. This thing was real, a real something, and it was terrifying. Now that I've got that off my mind, I hope.
Well, I absolutely believe you, Art. And, you know, as I said, I've spoken to so many people who were really in the same position that you are. You know, they weren't interested necessarily in anything, you know, paranormal or strange, and, you know, these weren't common topics for them to sit and discuss, but suddenly, you know, something like this happens, and, you know, in a heartbeat, it takes someone from being a skeptic to suddenly realizing, my God, I have experienced something that there is no rational explanation for.
Yeah.
And that alone, you know, really transforms someone emotionally and mentally and every other way. But, you know, moving beyond the fear of the experience is often what proves to be the most difficult thing for people who have these encounters, because it is a physical reality. And, you know, just like you pointed out, there's plenty of people who will jump up and down and say, no, this is, you know, this is a result of exhaustion or stress, or, you know, it's a trick of the mind and all these various things. But
I have one theory, David. Can I run it by you?
Sure.
It's only a theory. It seems to me that if you sit in front of a monitor for enough hours, and I had been there for a long time, that your brain begins to be affected by the refresh rate of that monitor, whatever that is. Mm-hmm. And I've always kind of wondered, would that allow you to see something that you would otherwise not see? That's the best I can do, because I was sitting in front of the computer for a long time before this, and so there's one theory.
And that's a great theory, and one of the things that we can sort of connect that to is that, you know, through the ages, tribal cultures use things to alter their consciousness. And I'm not talking about hallucinogens or drugs or anything like that, but they use things that are repetitive, such as drumming, trance dancing. Mm-hmm. Things like this,
very good
according to tribal beliefs, raise the awareness and alter the consciousness, which allows you to see things that exist at a different vibratory level. That's the easiest way I can explain it in sort of simple terms. And, you know, a lot of people, again, will doubt things like this, but when we look at modern science, quantum science is now saying, hey, we've figured out that there are 12 other dimensions of 12 other dimensions. We don't know how to get there or what's there, but we know they're there. Well, you know, this was a grand announcement a few years ago by a group of quantum scientists, and I had to kind of chuckle when I read it, because I thought, you know, shamans around the world have been talking about this for ages and saying the same thing. You know, it's just that it's framed within their spiritual, magical traditions, but they say the same thing. They say, hey, there are other levels of existence, other levels of reality that exist around ours and intermingle with ours. We just don't have the level of awareness to understand what's there and possibly interacting with us.
David, what brought you to this field to investigate this kind of thing, shadow people specifically?
It just sort of blended in with, you know, my interest in a wide range of strange topics, and shadow people just run consistently through almost everything. I mean, all right, a few years ago, they did a poll about, paranormal and supernatural topics, and they found that shadow people are one of the most widely reported phenomena worldwide. worldwide. And you find these things in conjunction with haunted sites.
Yeah, but I don't live in a
sightings
haunted
sometimes
site.
Everywhere.
Nothing haunted about where I live that I know of. I've never had any other haunted-like things happen before. No rattling of chains in the midst of the night, nothing like that. So, a lot of years behind me without anything like this having happened. I've been racking my brain for what brought it on, why, the rest of it, what could have been. And I guess you're right. I guess these people, or these, what would you call them?
I call them entities.
Oh.
I don't know exactly what they are. They mostly appear in human form. Occasionally, you'll hear reports of them being very small in stature, almost childlike in size. But for the most part, they appear as adult humans in form.
Yeah, that's what I had, all right. David Weatherly, my guest. He's written The Black-Eyed Children, and I'm sure we'll touch on that as well as Strange Intruders, but right now we're talking about shadow people. Trust me, you don't want to see one.
At the terror in each sip and in each sup, will you partake of that last offered cup, or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around?
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Okay, this comes from something entitled When Shadow People Attack. The first thought that crossed Stephen Painter's 5-year-old mind was that someone had broken into the house in Bury, Great Manchester, England, around 1986. My mom took me to the local estate to her friend's house, Painter said. I believed that she had been burgled because her kitchen, her entire kitchen, was covered, and I mean covered, in black handprints, almost animal-like. He didn't say anything about the obvious black handprints, not until later. I mentioned the incident to my mother, what I saw. She looked at me and said, Nothing on the wall, Stephen. He didn't know how that could be. The prints were there. His mother's friend said she saw shadows and the image of dark faces on the walls. His mother was immune. There was nothing on the wall, from her point of view. From that point, dark images have followed Painter. The animal-like prints he saw when he was 5 have turned into entities. I've seen a big black mass with red eyes, good Lord, always at the door, he said. The Hat Man, always in the background, and typical shadow people just like our shadows on a sunny day. And you know what? They are like shadows on a sunny day, but of more substance. I only relate to you what I saw, of more substance than that. Welcome back, David. A little story there. When shadow people attack. So that's like the next thing I want to get to. I always thought that they were just sort of, what's the right word? I don't know, beings, if you will, or whatever they are, that they didn't physically attack people. That takes it to like a whole new level.
It really does. And I tell you, Art, all the years of interviewing people and so forth, one of the weirdest and most frightening accounts I've heard was from a gentleman who had a physical encounter with a shadow being. And this fellow, his name was John, he considered himself a religious person, but he had stopped going to church. He was, very focused on his career. He started to notice some strange things in his home. He lived alone. He started seeing fleeting movement out of his peripheral vision. Odd things started to happen, like a fork would go flying off the table. Little things around the home, and he continued to try to dismiss it until he started seeing these shadow beings directly. I mean, he was directly looking at them just like your experience. They would be there one moment, the next moment they had vanished. They would be in another part of the room.
Can I ask a question? Did they show, when he looked at them, did they show any movement at all of what appeared to be a human body?
He described them as being human in form, and that they would sometimes move. He would see what appeared to be an arm moving. Sometimes they would appear to bend forward as if they were looking at him closer. But Art, this took a very frightening turn when one night after work, John went out, had some food with a friend. He came home late. He says that he walked in, he glanced at his mail, he checked his email quickly. He went to his bedroom, kicked his shoes off, and sat down on the side of the bed. He had not turned the lights on because there was light from outside that sort of shone into the room, giving some illumination. He was sitting there looking out the window when all of a sudden he felt what he described as a pair of hands grab his ankles and yank. He was slammed down, face down onto the floor, twisted onto his side with something holding his ankles. And says that what he described seeing was a black form under the bed with glowing red eyes, pulling his legs. He just, in a moment of panic, flailing around, grabbed hold of a radiator. He lived in an older home, had those old-fashioned radiators that, literally have pipes running down into the floor. So it was very sturdy. And he wrapped both arms around that radiator and was kicking his legs and screaming and trying to get loose from this thing.
I absolutely get that part. I would be holding on for dear life. And if my thing had red eyes, I probably wouldn't be here right now, because it put me in a state of terror. I really, really hate, you may not know, we've never talked. Have we ever done an interview, David?
No, we haven't.
No, that's right. Okay, so one of my phobias, one of my real fears is glowing red eyes. So had my shadow person had red eyes, it would be not me describing this to you right now, because I would have had a heart attack and died. Right.
Well, John managed to, he somehow fought through the fear enough to focus. I mean, he was in panic mode. Don't get me wrong. All he could think about was getting loose from this thing, because he told me, Art, he said that he knew if this thing drug him under the bed, that he would just be gone. And he told me, he said, David, I don't know what would have happened to me, where I would have been, what, if anyone would have found anything, but he's just convinced that he just would not be here anymore. And in his moment of terror and crisis, he says that he started praying. He reverted back to his upbringing of going to church every week, and that's what he resorted to, and he just started screaming prayers at this thing, all the while kicking and trying to get loose. And it was, it's such a frightening encounter when you listen to this man pouring his heart out and reliving this terror, recounting this experience of this thing attempting to drag him into some kind of void. And, he ended up letting go of the radiator and grabbing the nightstand next to the bed, yanking out his Bible and continuing to pray and started reading passages from the Bible while fighting this thing, and somehow he got loose from it. And, he says that he jumped up, he went across the room, he's turning lights on, he's screaming at his bed, screaming at this thing that he believes is still under there. And then, his fear started to turn to anger because of being victimized. And he ended up, kicking against the bed and finally just shoving the bed aside, and there's nothing there.
Okay. I have, I guess, one little additional detail that I can say. I'm sorry to be talking about what I saw, but maybe this means something and maybe it means nothing. This thing did not move, and it seemed to me when it was on my right that it just disappeared, and as I swung around, there it was on the back wall. Then it was to my left, and that's when I was just utterly freaking. But have you ever seen when the Starship Enterprise goes into warp drive?
Oh, sure.
Right. You go,
Yes.
Well, I had just a little tiny bit of that. It wasn't a full Starship Enterprise going into warp drive, but there was a little bit of that as it disappeared the third time. You could see a little, and that was it, gone.
As if it went through a portal.
I don't know what it went through. I don't even know what it did. But I'm just telling you that effect, if you can imagine that effect on a kind of a minuscule level, that one on my left, when it left, it would have been in the direction of the house, going into the house from the back of the house where my ham shack is. And there was that little tiny effect, not a big effect, a little one. That's the only movement that I could even imagine to describe. Otherwise, nothing.
I've heard other people report similar things to that when these shadow people leave. And now some people will say that it looks like the shadow or the darkness gets sucked into something suddenly.
I guess it could be described that way.
Right. And, of course, there are other accounts of these things leaving by going into mirrors.
Yeah, mirrors are interesting. Huh.
They are indeed. And, a mirror in a dark room, it kind of adds to the eeriness of some of these encounters. Some cultures around the world have a lot of things connected with mirrors and believe that those are sometimes can be used as portals or gateways into other realities, essentially.
Of the shadow people stories that you hear, how many of them result in some sort of physical confrontation?
There aren't a lot of accounts where the shadow people make physical contact. Now, there are physical elements occasionally in that, they will at times cause things to move in the room. Of course, there are accounts where people will, get really frightened and throw something, which inevitably just goes through these beings. So, the physical components, when they do show up, as in John's account, tend to be pretty frightening and pretty stunning. But fortunately, there are a very, very small number of those at this point. But I have to point out that reports of these shadow beings continue to grow every year. There are more and more encounters showing up across the spectrum.
Do you want to venture a guess why?
With these things.
Yeah, do you want to venture a guess why?
I think there's a number of things that contribute to that. The paranormal in general, and I use that term very broadly. I'm old school. I started this stuff in the 70s, and back then paranormal meant, anything outside the norm. So, I think that it's become such a part of pop culture now with all the reality shows and movies and everything else that people have become, one, more open to discussing their experiences, And two, there are more people looking. I mean, we have more, ghost hunting teams and ufologists and cryptozoologists now than we've ever had in history. It's a worldwide interest. So more and more people looking, then more and more things are going to be found and more reports are going to be registered.
Yeah, maybe. But it seems to me that looking for a ghost, taking like a camera crew out and hunting for a ghost has a very small chance of success unless you're going to a place that has had lots of really recent encounters and, is really a hot zone or something. But, hey, I'm 70 years old now, David. This was my first experience with anything like this.
Right. Well, as another answer to your question, we could sort of go down the rabbit hole and examine it in different ways because, spiritual people, shaman, would tell you that the planet's in a very different phase right now. So the spiritual worlds are starting to come more in contact with our level of reality. And, alongside of that, we could also say, well, what's the human element in terms of our mental focus and our energy doing to possibly co-create some of these?
I don't know. Back up for me, David. You said our planet is in a different what?
Everybody got hyped up a few years ago about 2012. Remember that?
Yes.
Lots of craziness, and everybody was proclaiming, the world's going to end and blah, blah, blah. Well, they tagged a lot of this onto Mayan spiritual elders, claiming this because the calendar was ending. But in reality, that's not what those guys were saying. I've met with some of those elders. And really what they were saying and what a lot of native elders around the world are saying is that the world it's going through a transformation because culturally and spiritually and politically and everything else, we're at a lot of crisis points. And it's all kind of coalescing into a forced transformation. I mean, face it, you look at the nightly news and you know that there are a lot of breaking points that are going to start showing up. The world's going to start changing. And when you coincide that with our personal viewpoint and experience of the world around us, then that's bringing some different things to light.
Okay. You said the planet had shifted in some way. Say that again, please.
Well, tribal elders talk about moving into different worlds. The whole reason the Mayan calendar ended was because a cycle was ending, and it means that we're starting a new cycle.
I figured they just got tired of making calendars.
No. So, the way they interpret that is that a spiritual cycle comes to an end.
Oh.
And that when it comes to an end, we reach a crisis point where a lot of things have to change. It's sort of a natural evolution. It's just that they viewed it not just in terms of physical terms, politics and things like that, but also in spiritual terms. So I know we're kind of really getting into the spiritual side of things, and some of this is difficult to relate in short terms. I'm trying my best.
I don't care where it goes as long as I learn something about these creatures. I don't know about being in a different, I know the Mayan calendar ended. I don't know that we're in some different spiritual realm right now, that we passed over some magical date. And if we did, I'd like to know when it was.
Well, let me put it in different terms. So, if we go back to this idea that quantum science is talking about the, quote, discovery of other dimensions of existence, we can sort of correlate that with ancient spiritual teachings that believe that we come to certain points in the evolution of the world where it's easier for those levels of existence to sort of cross over with each other. The veil gets thinner, so to speak. And when that happens, there's more interaction with whatever dwells in those other levels of reality.
Whatever dwells.
Whatever dwells there. And, you go back through history and you look at a lot of these cultures, and there's so many legends of other beings that used to live here with us. And at some point in the tribe's history, these other beings leave. They go through a shimmering doorway or, a hole in the mountain. There's various ways it's described. And if we try to put that in scientific terms and look at quantum science, we can say, well, sounds like whatever these things were, they used to live here, they used to be here, and they left through some kind of portal. So we're coming back around to points, according to a lot of shaman, where it's easier for these things to come back through and come over here again.
Portal is just a word. I mean, are you talking about moving from one dimension into another or back and forth between?
That's correct. Both. It's an entry point.
It doesn't seem like, if you say the word portal, it seems like door or little passageway, but it doesn't seem that way. It just seems like these things drift in and out. Now, there is a lot of conjecture now about multiple universes, and I can see something coming and going from the universe, sort of drifting in and out. Oh, thank you, David. We got a break here. Kind of drifting in and out, right? That I can kind of put together in my brain. Terrifying stuff. You don't want to see one of these things.
But I'm living still.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. My guest is as much of an expert as I guess you can be on shadow people, David Weatherly. Now, I'm kind of realizing as the interview goes on that I'm having a very hard time doing the interview because I'm not objective about this. I wonder how I get objective about this. My experience drove objectivity from me. That's how bad it is. I'm so wanting answers, and you're not going to have them ultimately, and so that's a little frustrating. But it's hard to be objective, David, when you've had this experience. And I thought, boy, I'll have David on; he'll give me the answers. I just can't be objective.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Art.
No, it's all right.
These are things that people have been looking for answers for a very long time, and it's just that, unfortunately, for someone who's had a frightening experience like you have, there's not anything that is really going to I hate to say this, but really completely set you at ease with it. Because what I find from interviewing people who've had these experiences, there's always this nagging fear in the back of their minds that the thing is going to show up again.
Or worse, and get physical, something like that, or that it portends something, or, who knows, except that it scared me so badly, so who knows. Anyway. Shadow people have been around since when, about?
Oh, gosh. We can find reports, as I stated earlier, going back to the medieval period that talk about these shadow monks or these phantom monks. And you find a lot of common things with modern shadow people encounters. People would say that these figures looked like they had a monk's robe and a hood on. There wouldn't be any discernible features. Sometimes there would be glowing eyes, but they would radiate this anger or this very, disturbing creepiness about them. And, people consistently report that these shadow beings appear to be observing them. And that's one of the most unsettling things.
Well, that's what brought me to my first turn to my right, was I did feel something watching. That's a very interesting human ability to know when you're being watched. Animals have it even better than we do, but when you're being watched, if you feel something trend, there it is. And so, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Okay, I want to ask this. Does having seen one of these things once make it more likely that you will see it again?
Oh, well, I have to be honest with you. Yes, it does.
Oh, great.
I would say that the greater percentage of people who encounter these things,
yes,
do see them again at some point.
Okay. Of the stories that you're aware of and the people you have talked to, is there an effective, I don't know if defense is the right word, a way to have these things be gone?
There are things that you can do. Yes. Now, some people get so terrified that they resort to, sleeping with the lights on and so forth because they have their experience in a completely darkened room. What's interesting is that what often seems to be effective for people is using music in the background.
Okay, you know what? I hadn't said this. Let me say it now so that everybody understands. In the room in which I had this experience, I have a fan, a ceiling fan, and attached to that fan are 4 60-watt bulbs going to each corner of the room. So this is a well-lit room. Maybe that helps everybody out there understand what the conditions were like. But, 4 60-watt bulbs, that produces plenty of light. So no trick of shadow here. All right, well, so I was asking about defense.
Right. And, as I started to say, there are a handful of things. A lot of people tend to resort to their spiritual roots. And, they will do things, if they were raised Catholic, they'll start saying the rosary again, things like this. And a lot of people find that works for them. People who don't necessarily have that kind of spiritual foundation try to find other ways to essentially disrupt whatever possibly allows these things to come in. So,
yes, and has anything been proven to be effective?
Well, what I've had a lot of success with in giving people is having them play classical music in the background. Now, there are some interesting studies that say that, classical music assists the brain. It raises your level of creativity and so forth. And it seems to be that for a lot of people, this helps sort of settle the mind so that these disturbing, more disruptive things don't come in.
Well, that's going to be a problem for me. I'm not a classical music fanatic at all.
Right.
For me, it's rock. Okay. All right. Are there any geographic areas in the world where these kinds of things are more common?
They're very common around locations that have a history of hauntings, particularly older locations. There's something called the stone theory that relates to hauntings, and we find that a lot of times shadow people tend to show up around those locations too. It's essentially an idea that things like limestone, areas with a lot of heavy quartz in the foundation and so forth, can either attract entities or make it easier for things like this to come through. And as a result, a lot of locations, you go to Europe and a lot of these older castles and so forth that are very haunted, there'll be shadow people reports a lot of the times.
All right. How about this, David?
Another factor that comes in, Art, and let me interrupt you and throw this in, is that places that have heavy amounts of a heavy history of negative things, like old asylums, prisons, things like that. It's very common to find shadow people reports around those types of locations.
Okay. I guess
we're sort of getting into the emotional aspect with that. A lot of emotional trauma and so forth seems to make it easier for these things to come in. And, even on a small personal scale, I find that a lot of the people that I've interviewed who they don't live in a haunted location, they don't, none of the other parameters fit, But what is often found is that things are going on in their lives that create high levels of stress or trauma or, emotional turmoil. Those all seem to be elements that help create these negative experiences.
See, I'm trying to relate everything to myself. My home life was great. I've got the best wife in the world, a great daughter. So no stress there. There was stress, I guess, because I had this upcoming show. Sorry, I'm trying to relate everything to myself. I'm trying to come up with answers. And here's the other thing I meant to ask you, David. It is, look, shadow person is just a phrase. It's the one I came up with when I saw this damn thing. I guess I should be not saying damn thing, darn thing. I don't want to make it angry, just in case. So it's just a phrase. Maybe I could have said I saw a ghost. Yeah, I don't know. Shadow person seemed more to fit what I saw, but that's a good question. Could it have been a ghost?
It is, and I see where you're going with that. And it's really a good point, because shadow people, shadow person has sort of become this catch-all phrase over the last 10 years or so. And what is most likely is that there are a lot of different things that are being thrown into those categories, because there are variations. Some of them appear to be very malevolent, like the account that I related earlier with John. This thing, whatever it was really out to get him.
Yes.
But there are plenty of other accounts of these things that there's no physical contact, and while it's creepy and scary, these things almost appear to just be observing. People will report these things manifesting in their room, and they'll, suddenly be leaning over the bed as if they're trying to get a good look at the person, and then they vanish. So it seems that we have a lot of different manifestations all thrown into one category. And honestly, we could go down a lot of different roads to say, hey, this is what they probably are.
I remember years ago interviewing people about shadow people, and some of the callers said, you know what, I confronted this being, I stared back at it or talked to it or yelled at it or something, and it seemed startled. Now, of course, I had no experience like that, but that was interesting, almost like this being was as startled as the person it was scaring.
Right. And, those accounts do show up, too. It's as if they think they're covertly spying on us or something. But to be examined in turn is a bit shocking to them.
If they are of another dimension, if they are of another dimension, then maybe they're as shocked at popping into this one as we are to see them.
Very possible. Very possible. And, here's another possibility. I mean, they may be having some kind of a fairly normal existence and seeing us and are just as surprised, wondering, what is that?
Okay. Anyway, not so many physical attacks. That's a much smaller percentage, right?
It's a very small percentage at this point, yes.
That makes me feel so much better. How many reports of those glowing red eyes?
That is a pretty good percentage. Probably, from the cases I've looked at least a third of them report these things having glowing eyes.
Lucky me. Got the 2/3 that don't have glowing red eyes. Okay, well, shadow people, I'm sure that's going to be an ongoing subject, but I know that you cover many more things, and because I'm having such a hard time being objective about this, I do want to ask you about these black-eyed children. I actually got a call not long ago, first time I ever heard of black-eyed children. Somebody called and said they saw one, and it was very, very startling to them, and weird, and they belonged, and they were with parents that looked blonde and not related to these children at all. It was very weird.
Wow. Yeah. Well, Art, you think the shadow people are creepy. These black-eyed kid accounts are very unsettling. And, here's a typical scenario to sort of set the stage for you. Imagine you've just come home from work, the sun is just going down, and, you're maybe in the kitchen fixing yourself a drink or something, and suddenly there's a knock at the door. It's not a quick rap. It's a long, continuous, monotonous knocking that doesn't stop.
Mm-hmm.
Like anybody, things are going to run through your mind. Wow, why didn't they use the doorbell? Who's coming by? What's going on? As you're heading for the door, you open the door. Here are a pair of kids standing on your porch. They're kind of looking down at their shoes. They're wearing sort of just drab, mundane clothing. And when you open the door, in a very monotone voice, one of the kids says, "Hey, we just thought we'd come in for a bit." Now, you've never seen these children. You don't have any kids of your own. All these things are running through your mind, and your response is, "I think you guys have the wrong house."
That
Again,
would be a mild response.
This monotone response is, "We'll just come in anyway."
Oh, man.
Now, inevitably, what happens in these encounters is that the victim, for lack of a better word, goes through three very rapid stages. There's an initial unease when they open the door, and they're never quite sure why. And that unease grows to nervousness, as they're trying to deal with these kids. And, some people will try to question them or interact with them or figure out, why are these kids at my door? Inevitably, these kids will raise their heads and make eye contact. And at that point, what the person sees is a child with solid black eyes. No colored pupils, no whites of the eyes, nothing, just a solid black eye. And the level of fear sort of goes off the charts at that point. The victim will slam the door. And there's a whole range of things we hear in these encounters. These kids are described as having pale or pasty skin. Some people say it looks artificial. They always speak in very monotone voices. And they always make requests. They want you to invite them inside. They want to come inside. Sometimes it'll be a simple request, but it's usually something bizarre. There was an account where some kid said, it looks like it's going to rain. Will you invite me in?
Mm. I think vampires require an invite, don't they?
That's correct. Classical
not like that,
lore says that a vampire cannot cross the threshold unless it's invited. But the same is true for humans. Classical demonology says that a demonic entity or force has to have some type of invitation before it can come inside. These accounts, they're so creepy, Art, and they hit the internet in the late 90s. There was a journalist out of Texas that had an encounter with these kids, and he's the one that sort of really started the modern wave, so to speak, of these accounts.
So let me stop you. Do you believe, you said it hit the internet, do you believe that this is yet another internet-generated weirdness, or is it real?
Initially, when I heard these, like you're saying, I thought, wow, this is very curious, but it may be some internet phenomena. It may just be some, urban legend.
Right.
But then I started meeting people who had encountered these things, and I decided to really examine the phenomena, to go back in history and see what I could find that predated the internet and even television. Because, we have to remember that things like the classic X-Files in the 90s, they used this black eye phenomena, with that oil alien that came in and gave a person solid black eyes. So it was interesting, and I thought, okay, we got to see where this goes.
All right, where it's got to go right now? I'm sorry. I've got to go to a break. I've got to get this in. So hold it right there. It sounds like something that could have been generated on the internet, but after what I've experienced, I could just about believe anything.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Yes, what happens is I let too much time go by, and then I've got a little tiny area between my breaks because I get so wrapped up in what I'm listening to. My guest is David Weatherly. He's written 2 books, The Black-Eyed Children and Strange Intruders. Never a book, David, on shadow people, I take it.
Chapter on shadow people in Strange Intruders. That's
okay.
One of the things I covered in there.
Okay.
And in fact, if people are seeing the image of the cover of that probably on your website, they'll see that there is a shadow being on the cover of that amongst some other very disturbing entities.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
I am now, this is on my website, I presume.
I believe it is.
Racing over there right now. Anything that
cover for that.
Anything that shows me a photograph of what I might have seen. Okay, I see your picture. Let's see. Read more. And perhaps we've got your picture of your book on here. I don't know. Well, not yet. All right. I'll keep reading here and see. Okay, so I see. Well, that has nothing to do with it. Okay, I'm not there yet. So where should I go?
You can go to my blog, which is twocrowsparanormal.blogspot.com.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure there's a link for that on your website. And if you go to that and look along the side column there, you'll see the covers of the books.
I am on the way. This is what I mean. I can't be objective about this. It freaked me out so badly that, okay. Yeah, looking at Strange Intruders.
Yeah, what you'll see is just towards the, you'll see dead center at the bottom is the face of a black-eyed child, and right beside that, sort of over his shoulder, is a shadow figure with his hand reaching out towards you.
Okay, it was like that, short of the hand. But it really was like that. And again, I could see through it. I would say it blocked 60 or 70% of what was behind it. It was a well-lit room. So, anyway, listen, folks, once you've seen this, you can't unsee it. So, there you go. That's pretty close to what I saw, but not the hand.
Right. Right.
Enough to know that it was a being.
Variations.
Yeah. So could it? We touched on the word ghost. I mean, it's just a word. To you, does the word ghost mean a being that once was alive, David?
Not necessarily, because I think that a lot of reports of ghosts are simply residual energy, sort of like a recording. When I think that there are times that, for instance, there's such a powerful or traumatic event that takes place that a recording, if you will, of that is inlaid into the very landscape or the location, and that certain things can trigger that, sort of like a hologram. And I believe that that's why in a lot of reports of hauntings, you'll hear about these incidents where, the haunting is that this woman walks the corridor, every October on the 12th, and she walks down and she vanishes through a wall. Well, a lot of times when you go back to the historical record, you'll find these specific events that tie into things that seem to repeat themselves somehow.
Okay, well, my guest last night, Lloyd Auerbach, said the same thing, the exact same thing, that it could be some sort of recording or endless tape loop, however you want to think of it, and it just is there sometimes, and it's always the same thing going on again and again and again and again, and that these things could even be attached to material things like rooms or homes or places.
Exactly. And I think that's why, when you find a location that has so much history and so much turmoil, like the famous Tower of London, for instance, in England, there are reported ghosts in there. And, of course, there are famous historical events that took place, people that were beheaded and so forth. And there are reports of these apparitions showing up, on the anniversaries of those executions and so forth. And I think we get into an area where it's something that it's not a technology, but it's something that we don't understand in scientific terms that's occurring, that's interacting with us, and it is like a recording, whether it's in the stone tape theory, like I was talking about earlier. There's an idea that some types of stone, heavy in crystal and so forth, can hold a recording of something, and that's not too far a leap when we consider a lot of our modern technology relies on crystals.
True. You've been investigating this for 35 years, this kind of stuff, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so has any of this ever happened to you?
I've had some pretty strange experiences over the years, and one of the things I saw that really sort of I saw a grinning man. Now, I don't know if you know what that phenomena is or not.
I don't. It's a new one, and it's a great tease because I told you it was a short break. Here it is. Grinning man, huh? Well, at least mine didn't have a face to grin or grimace or anything else. I'm really glad it didn't have a face. This is Midnight in the Desert.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
Well, okay, David Weatherly is my guest. He's here talking about these strange things in the night, of the night, whatever it is they are. I'm finding it's a very difficult interview for me because I'm not objective about this, having just gone through this thing. Usually, as an interviewer, you're objective, and you can ask objective questions. I'm asking more questions about self-defense and what I can do about it than I am learning stuff. So what I'm going to do is open the phone lines and let you ask, as soon as we talk about the grinning man, another one I probably, in some ways, don't want to hear about, but I'm about to. So I want to open the phone lines for all of you. Our major national number is 1-952-225-5278. Maybe that's why when many of you call up and talk to a guest about something like this that you have seen, you have a very hard time getting into it. I mean, the fear really does come back. We were talking about that earlier. And as you describe something, it's almost like it happens again. Not quite. Not that bad, but it's close. And, of course, you can call us on Skype as well at, in North America, MITD 51. MITD 51. Out in the rest of the world, MITD 55. That covers a lot of the world. Somebody said, it's Doug in Michigan. Thanks for this, Doug. Art, you've got more stones than me. You talking about this thing just might bring it back again. Have you considered that? Yeah. Thanks, Doug in Michigan, for that. Thanks a lot. Okay, so the grinning man. That's at least a new one on me, thank goodness.
Well, my personal account relating to the grinning man, or it happened in the 1980s. This was in a rural area of North Carolina. And, you know, there's a whole theory that sometimes certain combinations of people can create unusual experiences. And at the time I had a friend his name was Tom, and it seemed like anytime we sort of went off exploring things, that unusual things would happen. And this particular incident was that we were driving literally on a country road, very few houses, you know, they were miles apart. Mm-hmm. And it was late summer. We're driving along at a leisurely pace, and we're coming to this sort of long curve in the road, and I see on the right-hand side, I was in the passenger seat, Tom was driving, I see on the right-hand side of the road a figure standing in the weeds. And this is very unusual. You never saw anyone walking around in this part of the country. And as we approach this figure, I'm kind of zeroing in on it and thinking this looks very strange. As I said, it was late summer. I realized this gentleman is wearing a long coat. It's sort of Victorian in style. He has on a formal hat that's sort of like a top hat. Mm. His right hand is under his chin, and he's sort of rubbing his thumb and his fingers together. Mm-hmm. His other arm is not visible. It's just hanging down at the side. And beneath this coat is this very wide silver shiny belt. Almost like something you'd see on a science fiction show or something that's that wide. Mm-hmm. But Art, the creepiest thing was he had this grin that it made me think of the Joker from the Batman comics. It was an impossibly large grin that no one could physically smile like this. As we approached this figure, it seemed as if time sort of slowed down for a few seconds, as if we were moving past him very, very slowly. Now, Tom has no memory of letting his foot off the gas or anything. It's just that something very strange happened when we were passing this figure, and I locked eyes with him. He was glaring right through the window looking at us. And the moment we were beyond him, past him, I spun my head around to look out the rear window. And this figure is now standing in the very center of the road watching our car.
Wow.
It's physically impossible that he could have moved that quickly. So, we continue to go forward, and Tom is almost in a panic, and I'm sort of I'm badgering him to stop the car and to turn around because I want to see what this is. And, we argue for a few seconds, and I he's insistent that this guy is probably some, psycho killer or something. And,
well, you're the one with the stones. Turn around and go back and see what it is. Good Lord, man.
Well, I finally, Tom is convinced. This is the 1980s. This is the era of, Friday the 13th and all that crazy stuff. And Tom thinks it's just some nutty guy. So I finally convinced him to, look, just do a U-turn. We'll go partway back and see if he's still there, which Tom finally does. And he does a U-turn. He goes almost all the way back, and he stops the car, and I jumped out because I wanted to go see if I could find this thing. And I went to the area where he was standing. There was evidence of someone had been standing in these weeds because the weeds were mashed down. But, the woods in this area, very thick, and no one wearing that kind of attire could have quickly gotten through those trees to disappear. And, he wasn't running down the road or anything like that. And as the rest of the evening unfolded, some other odd things occurred. The house next door to Tom's was struck by lightning, and a fire started. And several people in the same area reported UFO sightings. And, I didn't know at the time whether, do you tie all these things together or not? Well, it's certainly a strange series of, encounters that all happen around the same time. Well, I ended up discussing this with John Keel, who, he was kind of an influence on me. I met him a number of times, and he did a lot of interesting research, and he had researched what he called the grinning man. And that is what he dubbed these types of encounters, with these weird figures with a hideously large grin. Now, Art, I know you've got a lot of loyal fans. I was able to jump onto the forum where people are listening for just a few moments, and I see that a lot of people are very interested in clowns. And it turns out that a lot of these grinning man encounters almost seem like bizarre clown-type figures. Keel investigated a case in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, of a family who this young woman swears that suddenly at the foot of her bed was standing a man with a hideously large grin and a checkered shirt. And he sort of leaned over her bed and looked at her very closely. And, of course, she was screaming for her mother and hid beneath the covers, and this figure vanished. But
what chat room are you in?
Oh, I jumped on the what's it called?
Don't know.
I said Midnight Fans.
Midnight Fans. Okay, all right. And
that's the right one. Yes.
yeah, it is. That's one of them. Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so they're interested in clowns. And
a lot of people were saying they were afraid of clowns. So some of these figures, it's very curious how a lot of these things seem to hit on primal fears that people have. Just like the shadow people, things that are slightly off or intangible or just invoke some type of almost a childlike fear.
All right. So I want to go back to where you said turn around. You turned around. The car stops, and you get out of the car to go look for this being. If this had been a movie, that's where they break away and they show a couple of detectives, right? And there's like pieces of David Weatherly scattered all over the road and the adjacent countryside, and they're saying, well, we'll have to get somebody to look at the DNA and see if each one of these adds up to David Weatherly. In other words, you went back. Why in God's name would you go back and get out of the car? Anybody who's seen a terror movie all knows how it ends up.
Yeah. Art, ever since I was really young, I was just very compelled by this, all these weird things. I grew up reading Fate magazine and watching, In Search of and all of these things just really, it's sort of my passion to pursue these things. And, someone asked me recently if I'd ever been really frightened in these situations. And to tell you the truth, I don't really think about it. I go into these situations because I want answers. I want I want to know.
Okay. Well, just remember how it works in the movies. We're going to take some calls. David, let's go to Knoxville, Tennessee. Say hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hey, I just wanted to say you're right on the money about these shadow people, because I've only seen one in my life, but it was in this new house that we moved into about 10 years ago, and I still live in the house, But my dog and I, we saw this figure that looked exactly like a human wearing a black bodysuit over its face.
Mm-hmm.
And it moved so quickly, it went into my son's room, so help me. And now this sounds crazy, but I ran after it, and my dog did too. We ran right to that.
No, it doesn't sound crazy, ma'am. A mother is very protective of a child, and so, yeah, I get it.
Well, I had to tell you, that this stuff is real, and that's the one and only I've ever seen. But my daughter swears that she saw a shadow figure go behind the water heater, and that it lived behind the water heater. So don't tell me where they live, but I can tell you that this has to be connected with UFOs.
Well,
that's happened to me my whole life, and you guys just brought up this checkered shirt thing. So help me God, there was this figure that came to the foot of my bed wearing a checkered shirt. It said to me, it said it in a low, growling voice, "Beware of the Bosch." Well, my daughter and I, we were so fascinated with what that meant. We looked it up on the internet, and what it means is beware of the fiery furnace. And I want you to know all this stuff is like interrelated. It's sort of like you've walked into another world that's right beside of you. And I don't know why that it happened to us, but it's happened to a lot of people.
All right, ma'am. Well, thank you for the story. And it is like you move from one world to another, and maybe that being is coming from another world. I don't know. It's as good an explanation as any. We talked about that earlier, so that's something to grab onto, I suppose, and kind of hopeful in a sense, because one of the great questions in life, David, is whether there's anything else after life.
Oh, absolutely.
And even the existence of another dimension that can be moved into and out of sort of starts to answer that question a little bit.
Possibly. And one of the many theories to explain what these shadow beings are that they are, just the souls of people that have passed away and are sort of in some kind of in-between space, before they've fully crossed over. So, who knows? She did bring up an interesting point in her account, too, that her dog noticed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that's very interesting because you find a lot of these shadow people accounts that people who have pets, their animals very often notice these things before the human does.
Well, thank God I didn't have one of my cats on my lap, David, or it would have left horrible marks when this thing appeared. They always do. When a cat gets startled, the back claws come out and they launch. Overseas somewhere, I believe, me, myself, and I.
Yes. Hey there, Art.
Hello.
This is Philip.
Yes, hello, Philip. Where are you?
I'm in Brazil.
Brazil?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
Wow.
I know. A long-time fan. This is so great to hear you back on the air.
Thank you.
And I'm enjoying the show. And I just wanted to tell a short story that I had with a shadow person. Used to freak me out when I was 15 listening to your show about shadow people. And then I actually had an experience with one when I was still in the U.S. At university. I was sleeping in the dorm room and kind of in and out of sleep, in the middle of the night, I actually saw the door open, and I thought that it was the person that I was sharing the dorm room with, but it wasn't. I turned. I had a little bit of sleep paralysis going at the same time. I turned, and I saw a very tall, dark figure. I mean, it was the size of the door, coming in, and it jumped on the bed on top of me, and I actually felt the pressure. I mean, I'm getting goosebumps just telling you the story. I felt the pressure of this figure on top of me and pushing down on me. I couldn't move. I was trying to vocalize something, kind of scream out, and I couldn't. And from that day on, it was almost as if I was possessed. Like things in my life, just bad things started happening. So I don't know if you could ask your guest if there's any connection with shadow people actually attacking people and actually having the full exposure of this. I don't know what they are. After that happened, I got very freaked out about them.
Yeah, I don't know what they are either. Sure, we'll ask your guest.
Thanks for calling in, Philip, all the way from Brazil. You know, the account that he's describing, Art, sort of broaches over into another phenomena, and that's the night hag. And these often sound very similar to shadow people encounters, but what's inevitable with these experiences is that the person will see sometimes just a shadowy mass or figure. Sometimes it's described as a hideous, almost deformed old woman, hence the night hag term.
Yes.
But these shadowy beings inevitably will climb on the person's chest when they are sleeping and, apply this overwhelming pressure. Now, modern science attributes a lot of this to sleep paralysis. But, some of the accounts are very difficult to dismiss in those, simple scientific terms, because people have these lasting effects from what they feel is 100% a physical encounter with these things. And, yes, there are occasions where people, continue to need a recovery period where they have strange things in the aftermath of these experiences. They're very frightening by all accounts.
What about sort of a heart attack? I mean, that feels almost like a crushing of the chest, right? I've heard it described that way, and or part of sleep paralysis. But you're saying there's a being attached to this.
Right. At times, there's a lot of people who suffer through sleep paralysis, and as I said, modern science tends to say that these, quote, night hag attacks are a result of that sleep paralysis, essentially that, the person is generating so much fear because they are paralyzed and can't physically move, that the mind is creating other effects to go with the experience. And, the sense that they're trying to rationalize what's happened, right? I mean, suddenly, just imagine, suddenly, you're laying in bed and you can't move a muscle. Your entire body is suddenly not within your control. So the brain is trying to rationalize exactly what's going on.
David, science has a guess for all of these things, up to and including an NDE. The brain
correct.
cells dying, various things being released. They've got and that's all it is. It's a guess about what it is, and that I'm sure would be true of the chest as well. All right, hold on, David. We're at a short break, and it's up to you guys. Be my guest. Call. Explain what you've seen, what you've experienced. I'm Art Bell.
Sailing away on the crest of a wave, it's like magic. Oh, rolling and riding and sleeping and sleeping. But to the wind, the sun, or the rain, come on, baby, don't feel the reaper. Baby, take my hand, don't feel the reaper. We'll be able to fly, don't feel the reaper. Baby, I'm your man.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
That's it. My guest is a fascinating guy, David Weatherly. He talks about all of these things that move, it seems like, in the night. And actually, that's a pretty good point to ask about. David, they do seem, most of these things, I guess not your smiling man, but most of the others do seem to happen at night. Any thoughts on that?
That is more common. I think that, logically we could even say that tends to be the quieter time. People tend to be alone or up late working like you were and things like that are definitely a part of the whole experience. There's so much stimulus and so much going on during a typical day. Most people are out at work and so forth, so we find fewer experiences. But there are indeed accounts of these shadow beings during the daytime hours.
But more common at night, right?
Much more common at night, yes.
Right. I guess the brain has a little more time to. No, it wouldn't matter. If I'd seen this during the day, it would have been exactly the same. Stephen on Skype, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. So I think I just wanted to tell you a story about an incident that I had when I was like a young kid, with I think was a shadow person.
Yes.
I was about maybe 7 or 8. Also, just to preface this, we lived in a small house, my family. We lived there my whole life up to that point. The way my house was set up was it was really small. My room was next to my parents' room, like literally right next to it, and my sister's room was right across the hall. It was maybe like 800 square feet. So I think I was 7 or 8 years old. I'm laying in my bed. I'm wide awake. I'm thinking about, like, it's like 9 o'clock. It wasn't terribly late. I was always like a little night owl. I was always up till all hours of the night. And I'm thinking about playing like Pokemon or whatever. It's around that time. And I'm looking out of my doorway, and I'm laying in my bed, and all of a sudden I just see me, basically, come out of my parents' room and round the door and walk right into my room.
You saw yourself?
The thing is, that's like what I said to myself, like at the time. What I saw a shadow of. It wasn't like a shadow person like you saw, like a person like standing in the room. It was a shadow like on the ground, as if I was the actual person, like, but I was invisible, say, walking out of my parents' room, and just my shadow was on the floor. It was going and it was walking right into my room. It was a shadow of like a little boy about like my age, walking from their room into my room.
Yes.
Now the thing about that is, I found out a couple years later, maybe like 8 or so, like maybe like 10 years later, something like that, that in the same house, my mom also had like 2 miscarriages, like right before me.
Yes.
So I don't really know what that was about. So
you're thinking that could be, oh my goodness, interesting, huh? David?
That's an interesting set of of things. I mean, I thought at first he was talking about literally a doppelganger, which is I suppose a duplicate of a person. But this sounds more like some type of ghostly manifestation, for lack of a better word. Really difficult to say whether his mother's miscarriages played into that or not. I mean, obviously that is a very traumatic experience, but I don't know. Interesting experience.
I know. Let's go to Marty. Hello, Marty. Marty's got a lot of echo.
Morning, Art. Morning, David.
Okay, Marty, you've got something wrong on your end. It's echoing like crazy. Can you fix that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can't continue with that. Marty, if you can get it fixed, by all means give us a call back, but it was just a wreck of a call there. Let's go to the next one on the phone, in Phoenix, I think.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Dave from Phoenix, and I'm hoping to demystify this experience for you a little bit and explain what you may have seen.
Proceed.
All right. I have some experience in my background. When I was in high school, I was being inducted into a certain 3-letter group, a government agency, and saw some things I wasn't supposed to see. And so,
all this in high school?
Yes, in Walla Walla, and saw some things I wasn't supposed to see. So I kind of I've gone through a lot to be able to help you with this one, but if you look on the internet recently, you'll see a supposedly alien sighting at Area 51, and looks like a man in a skin-tight bodysuit. Have you seen that?
No.
Okay. Well,
I mean, where do I look?
Now that I see or hear of these kinds of things, my first assumption is technology. I don't jump to the paranormal right off. There's technology that we have that's far beyond that, which most people are aware of.
All right. Well, do you know of some technology that actually produces the kind of thing that I saw, and why would they bother with me?
Well, yes, I do, and the reason they would bother with you is the same reason they would bother with, well, I suppose anybody. A lot of the times these suits that they wear, or in other words, there was actually a person in your house. And so that may be more discomforting than the opposite, but that's what it boils down to. And so they have the ability to walk around now and not be seen. So people are actually seeing folks. And, of course, they're associated with UFO activity because this breakaway civilization that we have thinks that it's fine if they do these kinds of things and that we don't have privacy.
All right. Well, I'm not familiar with anything. I guess there could be a relationship to UFOs, David. And anything in that category? Does there seem to be a relationship, or there are sightings when these things occur, or what?
In a handful of these accounts, yeah, there are some situations where there are UFO sightings in the area and so forth. But I really appreciate the call. I have a hard time with that as an explanation because you also have to add in the fact that these things seem to be intangible. More often than not, people say that they can see through them partially, or that people will throw something and it'll just go through these beings. So, like you are, I'm certainly not aware of any kind of technology that is anywhere close to these two types of phenomena yet at this point.
All right, to Manitoba. Hello.
Hi, Art. Thanks for taking me.
Sure, you're not real strong, so you're going to have to speak up good and loud.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I tend to be a quiet talker. All right. So I just wanted to say, or share my story with you guys. I had many different shadow person experiences over the years, and I guess what I noticed about all my experiences is that they tend to be drawn to that fear reaction. But when I don't give that fear reaction back, either they don't respond or they immediately go away.
Well, I'd be really interested in how you react without fear. How do you...
Yeah. You know what? I've experienced that kind of grabbing sensation, the old hag, seeing them while I'm awake, and I guess maybe it's a little bit of a desensitization, but I don't know. I've heard people say meditate on it. I'm just curious what your guest, David, might have to say on that.
All right. David?
This sort of relates back to John's account from earlier in the show. I think that in his encounter, he was able to conquer his fear by resorting to his spirituality. And in a lot of cases, I find that people are sort of able to zero in their focus on one particular thing. In his case, it was prayer. And that sort of eliminates everything else going on in the, in the mind and then in emotional reactions, and allows him to just focus on that one thing. Obviously, it's motivated by the fear, but I think that ability to sort of center themselves in is a big component in what allows them to conquer these things or eliminate them from their presence.
All right, look, David, here's something to consider. The phones are berserk. The phone lines are filled. The Skype calls are filling my screen. So this gives you some idea of how many people have seen something like this. I think it is more than just common. It's more than we know. It's more than people generally are willing to talk about. In other words, obviously, a lot of people are involved here. Let's go to Skype, and tentatively, somebody who IDs themselves as MV. Hello.
Hello there, Art.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Michael. I'm on the TuneIn chat as well, Michael Mars. Shout out to those guys.
Okay.
Here's my experience. When I was young, I was about 6 years old. I used to sleep in a room with my sister, who was a year younger than me.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know what time of night it was. I opened my eyes up. There was moonlight coming in through the window. And I opened my eyes and looked up. In between the two beds that we had, a figure that I can only describe, being a kid, looked to me like the Jolly Green Giant, except like white, like a statue. Kind of like strange, like a Greek statue you might see. And it slowly turned down and like looked right down at me. And I just closed my eyes, pulled the covers over my head. I was terrified. But I don't know. Anyone else had anything similar to that your guests can think of?
David?
Wow, that's really unusual. There aren't too many encounters with beings that are solid white, as you're describing. There are a few accounts that often are related to UFO encounters, wherein people see, what they describe as glowing white figures. But no, I've never heard of anything like your experience. It's very fascinating, and thanks for sharing it.
Oh, thank you, and thank you, Art.
All right, take care. Just one after another after another. Hello on the phone. You're on the air, wherever you are.
Oh, hi, how you doing? I'm John from Lake Villa. Hi, Art. Long-time listener. Can you hear me okay, sir?
Well, I hear you. It sounds like you're in a vehicle or something.
I'm truck driving through Wisconsin, sir.
Truck driving through Wisconsin. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to tell you my experience, and after that I was going to ask a question, but my experience was around this time last year. I actually believe I encountered what you call a black-eyed child as I was going to work.
Really?
I was driving to work, and I was in my car, and as I was approaching the stoplight, a girl come out of the side of the road, and she had her hands up, but when I saw her face, all I saw was black eyes, so obviously, the hair stood up on the back of my neck, and I kept going. But my question is, the first person I called was my wife, who's from the Philippines, and is very superstitious. And she related that to what they call over there, an Aswang, I guess. Vampire type. Aswang, yes, sir. And she said, and then of course she kind of got worried about me, but and she said it's like a vampire type being. And that's what is that what the similar is? Is that what a black-eyed child is related to? Is like a vampire type thing?
Well, good question. David?
Well, there are similarities with the whole lore of vampires when we look at these black-eyed children. Of course, this idea that they have to be invited in, whether it's in your home or in your vehicle. And depending on the cultural viewpoint, people will identify these things that way. And, the similarities are not just there. There's also the pale skin and the fact that they seem to some people say these things feel like predators. People will report being in the presence of these black-eyed children that they feel like they're being, eyed as a meal or just
eyed as
really
a meal.
Looked over, and it causes this incredible level of fear within the people who encounter them, because, look, Art, anytime you put something paranormal or well outside the norm and mix it with children, the creepy level really goes off the scales, and it also becomes very unsettling because as adults we're sort of predisposed to help children. If a child shows up at your door and says, "Mister, I need a drink of water," or "I'm lost," your automatic reaction is going to be to help that child. But when a child shows up and is acting really creepy,
yes,
there's a psychological battle that goes on with a lot of these people I interview. They talk about how confused they are because here's a child asking to come inside, yet all the alarm bells are going off. Something is wrong here. It appears to be a child. And it appears that they need, they want something. They want some kind of help. And, there's a struggle to, do I help this child or do I slam the door because I feel like I'm being stalked?
Yeah, well, nobody wants to be stared at like you're a Happy Meal. No. Go to the next house, down the lane, across the valley, whatever. I am not a Happy Meal. But I am glad to have my guest here. Midnight in the Desert.
Who's gonna tell you when it's too late?
of the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
I agree. I'm getting a lot of wormhole messages here about the creepy factor in tonight's show. Yeah, it is. It's definitely creepy. And one thing on the list here that I don't want to let go is your reference to Slender Man. Now, I saw a Law and Order episode, David, about Slender Man, involving some teenage girls. And I don't know if that came from a true story. I believe it did. There was an incident, was there not, involving Slender Man and a crime?
There was, Art, and let's say right up front before we get people really worked up, I'm sure we're both well aware Slender Man was created on the internet. However, the weirdness of this, what has become a phenomena, is really creeping into contemporary society. And last year, there was an attempted murder. 2 12-year-old girls lured a classmate off into the woods and attempted to murder her by stabbing her some outrageous number of times. Fortunately, this little girl survived the brutal attack. But in the aftermath of this crime, it was revealed that these 2 12-year-old girls attempted to, quote, sacrifice their friend so that Slender Man would come and take them away to live with him in his mansion in the forest.
God.
Now, this, I didn't see the Law and Order that you're referencing, so I don't know how closely it followed, but this was a year ago, and this past March, the first round of this, whatever it was, the pretrial or whatnot, came up, and the court has determined that these 2 young girls who have just turned 13 will be tried as adults.
Wow.
So it's a horrendous crime. And, it's frightening all the way around that something that essentially had its genesis on an internet forum has now affected a lot of lives.
Okay, question. Are they claiming in their defense, or do you know if they're going to claim in their defense, that this was purely internet-born, almost like internet porn, internet-born, or that there was some claim of paranormal activity beyond and away from the computer?
I've been trying to follow this very closely, Art, and of course, as you would expect, given their age, there's been very little information from the case, even at this point, a year and a half later. So we really don't know what's going to happen when it goes to trial. There just hasn't been much mention. But the story was repeated numerous times that these 2 little girls believed in the existence of this Slender Man. And, tragically enough, the people who created this during the contest, that was the whole goal. They wanted to create something. They wanted to fabricate a paranormal-themed something, entity, cryptid, whatever, and make it go viral on the internet and make people believe in its existence. So, you can go back. This forum, as far as I know, it still exists. It's called Something Awful. And it certainly turned out to be something awful. And there are thousands of entries about this thing. And when it started off, the contest, all kinds of people were contributing different ideas. And then this very creepy, really rather subtle thing at first showed up. And it was this tall figure without a face, with these extra appendages that sort of lurked in the background of photographs and so forth, and began to be attached to different tragedies. Eventually, he started to be called the Slender Man, morphed into one word, Slender Man, and more people have jumped in on this thing through the years. There have been, video series, there are games, there are all kinds of things. And there's a large percentage of people who absolutely believe in the existence of an entity called the Slender Man. Now,
David, you almost have to wonder if intent or mass intent begins to create things.
Collective consciousness creating something, and there's an ancient belief in what's called a tulpa. That is spelled T-U-L-P-A. Ancient Tibetans had this concept that something could be manifested from pure thought all the way into physical form. And that's a chilling idea when we look at something like the Slender Man and question, what is the collective consciousness co-creating?
You know what's a really terrifying thought that springs from that? There is this rumor going around right now on the internet, David, that the end of the world be coming, that an asteroid is going to slam Earth into little pieces, that we're all doomed, that it's the end of the world. Well, if enough people start buying into it, and I'll just leave it right there. On Skype, Jeremy, hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Jeremy from Omaha, and I want to give a shout-out to the DM Talk crowd before I start.
Okay.
But I've got a shadow person story for you. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, I was having this problem with seeing shadow people a couple times a week for about 2 weeks. I had this similar instance where the guy would come out of the wall, a shadow person would come out of my wall and walk through. What I had for a nightlight was one of those cheesy fiber optic night lights back in the 80s.
Right.
And he would walk through that, and every time he would walk through that, the night light would go completely dim. And then as soon as he got through it, it would come back on again.
Oh.
And this happened to me at least, 4 or 5 times in 2 weeks. It was pretty scary.
People don't understand when it really happens to you. Listening to a story is one thing, creepy enough, but having it really happen to you, oh my.
Indeed, and I'm pretty skeptical in my older years, so it's weird to think back on it and think, what was that exactly?
Well, whatever it was, it cut the light down as it went. David, that's pretty weird, huh?
It is weird, and that's another theme that shows up in some of these accounts, that people will have a night light, or sometimes there's light reflected in the mirror, and these things seem to be able to block them out or partially block them out sometimes.
All right, I think this is Kel. Kel, is that correct? Kel?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Kel.
Hi, Art.
Where are you?
In Seattle.
I'm sorry?
I'm in Seattle.
Seattle, okay. Good. Proceed.
I have a black-eyed kid story.
Oh.
Yes. I work at night, and I ride my bike to and from work. And I was coming home from work in the morning. It was about 4 in the morning, and it was in the fall, so it was still dark.
Mm-hmm.
And I was bringing my bike up to my apartment, and there was a little boy in front of the building. And none of my neighbors have kids, so I was wondering, what is this kid doing there? So I said, hey, buddy, what are you doing? Where's your mommy? And he said he was cold. So I said, okay. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. I parked my bike, and I went up to him and said, again, where's your mommy? And he didn't say anything. I'll wait here with you. And put my backpack down, stood there for a minute. She didn't show up, so I said, can we call her?
Mm.
And I looked at him, and I noticed his eyes were completely black. And this kid was really weird. He had almost like the wrong clothing, like from the 20s. Those kids from like Newsies, how they had like those caps on and the woolen shorts and really weird shoes, and he was super pale. And
Kel, I'm at a break. Can you hold?
Sure can.
All right. Weird. Oh, weird. I wonder if he looked at her like a happy meal. Tried to say something to add a little levity. Black-eyed children. At least I haven't seen one. I can talk about this somewhat objectively. I'm Art Bell.
Bell, and it's very late, so I'm sleeping now. But you're awake, so call my daddy because he's awake too. The number is 1-952-225-5278. That's 1952. Call Art.
That's the little girl who never looks at me like a Happy Meal. Hi, everybody. A couple of things. My guest, of course, is David Weatherly, and we have been talking of some pretty strange things, to be sure, and we'll continue that. I've still got Kel on the line, and we'll go back to it in a moment. I just want to say that the story I began to tell you of Stephen Paintner earlier and the shadow person attack, I didn't tell you all of it. It's too long, but come Friday, I'll read the whole thing to you. It is indeed creepy. All right, once again, let's go to Kel. You're back on the air, Kel.
Thanks, Art.
Sure.
So, anyway, this little boy, he was pretty adamant. He said he wanted to come inside. And I told him I didn't have a landline, I had a cell phone. And once I saw his eyes, you know, as much as I felt compassion for this little boy, there was no way I was letting this kid in my house. And I knelt down to get into my backpack to get my cell phone to call, even though I was completely freaked out of my mind. I looked up to ask him for his mommy's number, and he was gone, completely vanished.
Wow.
And so I was like, that's it, I'm done. So I, bolted into my house and locked all the doors and windows, and that was it for me.
Sounds pretty typical, David.
It does indeed, and I really appreciate you sharing that with us, Kel. You know, one of the themes she mentioned in that encounter, Art, were these unusual clothing, and that's something that we find in a lot of these encounters with black-eyed children. People will say that the kids are wearing old-fashioned clothing or clothing that seems ill-fitting. You know, it's just there's something not quite right about it. Some people think that the clothing is handmade. You know, I've heard more than once people say, they look like Amish kids, like they had handmade their clothing, but it didn't quite fit right. So it's just another bizarre component of these very disturbing encounters.
Yeah, disturbing. All right. All right, let's go to outside the country somewhere to Mario. Hi, Mario.
Oh, hi, Art. How you going?
I'm doing okay. Get good and close to your mic. And
is that better?
It is. Where are you?
Yeah, I'm calling all the way from Australia, actually, in Melbourne.
Melbourne, Australia. Okay.
Yeah. I thought I'd share with you guys my story. It occurred when I was a kid, and to give you a bit of pre-story, before I went to sleep, I actually had some newspapers at the end of my bed on the floor, just looking through them and whatnot. And anyway, went to bed and woke up quite late in the night, and I heard some rustling, and I couldn't think of what it was. And then I sort of started thinking about it, and then it's like, sounds like paper. And I look to where the sound was, which was just at the end of my bed, and I see this hooded figure. And it kind of looked like Darth Maul, that guy from Star Wars, just all black and clearly stood out from everything else in the room. And I just froze, like literally, like as if someone dumped you in a bath that's just full of ice, and you got like lemons in your mouth. Just literally froze.
Right.
And I just watched it, and it just slowly started walking towards the door and faded into nothing, just absolutely nothing. And I didn't know what to do. I was just literally just didn't have a clue. But anyway, it slowly caught my breath and ended up going back to sleep. But the interesting part is, in the morning, I had a look at...
People always say that. They always say I went back to sleep, and I don't get that. I didn't sleep at all. I don't know how you could.
Yeah, but I can understand that. But I kind of didn't know what else to do. Didn't feel like waking up mum and dad. And I'm like, well, I'm just going to go back to sleep. There's not really much option. But by then it was a bit more morning as well. I swear I was up for at least an hour or so.
Well, there is an option. It's called huddling in a corner with a weapon.
That would have been great if I could move. But look, the most interesting part out of all of it, what I found was that even though I could clearly hear the sound of newspaper. Like when you hear it, someone walking on the floor across paper, it's clear, you know exactly what it sounds like. But there was no prints left on the paper. There was nothing. It was just flat. Like there was nothing on it.
Well, there you go. One thing's for sure. Whatever this is, David, it sure is worldwide, huh?
Oh yes, absolutely, Art. I mean, there he is calling from Australia with an experience, and I've heard them from, all corners of the world. So it is a worldwide phenomenon.
Akia Lin, I believe it is. Hi.
Hey, it's Akaya.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I said hello, it's Akaya.
Akaya, okay, thank you.
I'm from Arkansas.
Arkansas.
And I was going to tell a story and ask a question.
Okay.
Okay, y'all were talking about the night hag syndrome?
You're a little broken up on us, the hag syndrome, yeah.
Yes, sir. I've heard people say it's just sleep paralysis, but I don't think it is personally, because my pastor woke up one night and there was a black figure on his chest, and it was choking him.
This was your pastor?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Did he say this in a sermon, or how did you get the information?
He told me personally. He's a friend of our family, and we've been going to his church for years.
Okay.
And he was telling us, because we were talking about different experiences we had had, and he said that one night he woke up and this black thing was in his chest, choking him, and he couldn't breathe. And he said all he could do was in his mind say, "Jesus help me," and the thing let go.
Okay.
And as soon as he did, I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, Akaya. It's hard to continue because you're kind of breaking up on us a little bit. But anyway, he called upon his God, and that cured it?
Well, it took off running out the door, and it hit part of the door and left a nick in the door where you can see it.
Yikes. Okay.
Like,
okay, well, thank you very, very much for the call. So there is a bit of a physical manifestation for you, David.
Right, and again, we do hear those on occasion with these night hag incidents, and enough so that I don't think that we can dismiss all of those off as sleep paralysis. There's just there's a component of them. There's percentage of them that just have unexplainable elements, like this piece of physical evidence, essentially.
Right. You'd have to look at that all the time and remember the incident. Going to Denver, Colorado on the phone. Hi. Hello. Going once, going twice. Gone like the wind. Omaha, Nebraska. Hi. Hello there. Omaha, Nebraska. Well, no, I'm wrong. Chapel Hill something.
Yeah, this is Adam, and I'm an alien abductee, but I have experienced old hag, OBEs, and I have a shadow person experience.
You've had it all, huh?
I did, especially when I was under 10 years old. My shadow person memory, well, it would happen. I was under 7 years old, like 5, 6, 7, and not every night, but it was always the same. A dark figure would come toward my bed, and I would see it clearly, sometimes more clearly than others. Sometimes I was so afraid. It was very threatening. It was very terrifying, and I would go under the covers, and then it would disappear. But sometimes I felt more empowered, and I would sort of stare at it. And this one time it got closer and closer, and it manifested more clearly, and I could see it. It was similar to what the other caller said. It looked like, no distinct facial features. It was all dark and smoky and shadowy, but it looked like it was wearing a hood, and I even saw it look like it was carrying a big chain.
Oh, God. Just so I'm clear, did you say it would go under the covers?
I would go under the covers.
Oh, you would? Well, that I get. I thought you said it went under the covers. That's where you got to draw the line.
And but this was when I was wide awake. I knew I was awake. Before I'd fall asleep, I would see it, and it would come pretty much on a regular basis.
And so what did you do?
Well, at a certain age, around maybe 8 or 9, I stopped seeing it. But when I got older, it never harmed me, but I was always extremely terrified of it. And when I look back on it, I wonder, since I'm an abductee, if that could be a screen memory for the visitors, the aliens.
Yeah, it's a very good question. David, is there any age-related part here? In other words, an awful lot of these people remember this happening as a child.
Yeah, and I noticed that tonight. It's very curious, but across the board, when we look at these shadow people encounters, they're not really clustered around particular age groups or race or ethnic background or anything else. It really across the board, it's a wide variety of people of all ages and backgrounds that are experiencing these things.
And they seem to be on the increase, or people just want to talk about them more. I'm not sure what it is, but just everything is jammed with people. Robert, on Skype, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, how are you?
Real quick, Roswell,
Okay, are you on a speakerphone or something, Robert?
No, I'm using my palm thing here to try and talk to you.
Palm thing? All right, you're going to have to talk right into it.
How's this?
A little better.
Because I can't get any closer to the mic, so...
Okay, it's good. Go.
All right, so my question for you is, so first off, Roswell, and my dad got me interested in your show back in the late 90s in Peoria, Illinois. I'm glad you're back on, but my question is, I grew up having like a haunting thing going on at my house. My room was always like 10 degrees colder than the rest of the house. And there was one night in particular where a demonic voice said, "Listen to me, follow me." And I looked up at my drapes in my bedroom, and this is back in like 1978. I was 8 years old. And there was like a red glow on the drapes, but when you open the drape up, you could just see the front yard out in front of you. And ever since then, I've had weird things happening where, like, you're seeing, pardon what I'm going to call it, but like black sperm, like 2 feet above the floor, just always in the shadows, just like flipping around. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering if that's like a precursor to like a shadow person, or what does that mean? You know what I mean? The best way I can describe that is like a scene in Ghost.
I don't know. It's almost like calling up and asking for a doctor for a diagnosis, and there's just give it a shot if you've got anything, David.
Yeah, like you're saying, Art, there are just so many factors to these individual experiences. It's really tough to say much about that one. I mean, he's seen this red glow, which people have reported seeing these things, having glowing red eyes, and sometimes, standing behind the curtains or something, and then they, the eyes are visible through the curtains, and then they manifest out from behind that. That's about the only thing I can say about it. It sounds like he's having elements of these shadow people, certainly in those situations.
He mentioned temperature, and many, many times associated with some sort of, apparition or whatever it is. The temperature seems to drop sharply. Any idea what causes that, why the temperature changes?
Well, again, something that there's a lot of theories about, but, it's almost the reverse of, if you think about a small room and you put a lot of people in that room, the temperature is going to go up. So if we sort of reverse that and think about whatever these things are, yes, they seem to have the opposite effect. When they come in a room, they make the temperature go down. So I don't have an explanation for it. I think it's important data. It's one of the questions I always ask people, actually, when they have these shadow people encounters, if they noticed any shift in the temperature or any signs, with their own bodies, the hair standing up or feeling a chill and things like that. And very, very often that is the case, that they feel things like that happen.
In my case, I was so damn scared, I'm being honest here, that I don't think I would have noticed a 10-degree temperature drop at all. Right. All right. next, whoever that would be. It looks like Omaha, Nebraska.
Yes, Art. Hi, David. Can you hear me?
Good evening.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
I had an experience in 2010 with a very large female black figure in my room over my bed. And she was holding a black cube. And I thought about the sleep paralysis factor with this. She was blowing on the cube, smiling, like she was very jovial, very happy. And she was blowing on this cube, and it was dissolving in the air, and it was going into my nostrils. I could not breathe. I was basically inhaling through the whole experience. The reason I called was a couple of things that you had brought up. The thing that snapped me out of it was a lightning strike in the back of my yard, and then I could inhale, and she was gone.
Wow!
I read your bio that you had a shamanic background, and I actually contacted a shaman in Omaha and brought this up. His first question was, did it have red eyes? And I couldn't say yes because she did not. But through that experience, this is so personal. I had a family member that had OD'd that night.
Oh my!
And committed suicide. So that relates to kind of what you were saying too with death. Through the experience by going to the practitioner, I actually witnessed this person crossing over. I can't really say that.
Listen, caller, we're running out of time. The show is ending.
Of course, I understand, Art. Thanks for having me on.
You're very welcome.
Love it that you're back.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't control the time. I'm sorry. So, David, the show is ending. Too soon. Just everything is jammed. Thank you so much for being here and scaring the hell out of me.
All right, thanks so much for having me on. I really enjoyed it.
Right, take care, and we'll do it again, I'm sure.
Stars across the sky.
As I mentioned to you, Friday I'll bring up read you the whole story of this attack. I wonder, there's so many calls, so many people trying to get through on this subject that it makes me wonder if it's not suddenly, let me repeat that, suddenly becoming much more common. Attacks of varying sorts by whatever these things are, I don't know, but seems to be happening more and more and more. For tonight, sleep well. Good night. The high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you are in the world, all of which is covered by this program, Midnight in the Desert. My name is Art Bell, and we're going to have an interesting evening, I can tell already. Let me enumerate the rules. That takes about 5 minutes. No, takes about 1 second. No bad language and only one call per show. No bad language, one call per show. That was more seconds than that. Didn't need that many, did I? All right. I want to thank the usual people at the outset of the show. Telos for the great sound, Joe Talbot, and it is great sound. And I want to say this again. If you have not yet fitted some earbuds into whatever it is you use, oh man, you got to get to it. You really have got to get to it because we are in stereo and it sounds really good. All thanks to Telos. Keith Rowland, my webmaster, the producer position, a new person in the seat. Heather Wade, welcome to Midnight in the Desert. Dr. J had a lot on his plate. However, he remains associate producer, and so he is still with us and assisting Heather. who I think is going to be dynamite in the job. The Bell Gab website, if you dare. People love Art Bell. Got to change that name. I just can't say it. Midnight in Desert, that's another chat site. So people are asking, where can I go to chat about the show? You can go to Bell Gab, if you dare, or you can go to Midnight in Desert, and all will be well. Bell Gab is a little rough. Vaguely lovable as always, but rough. And the stream guys who get us out there to you, lv.net, gets it from here to there. And sales, of course, Peter Eberhardt. He is our sales guy up in Alaska, way up north. Okay, a little announcement. Many are asking for Brendan and Barbara. You know, the GIS, Ghost Investigators Society. The 20th. Actually, we were going to have them on this week, but it now looks like it will be the 20th, but they are scheduled for then, so yay. All right, a couple of things. We are actively now, listen very carefully, if you're a computer person, if you're an app developer, attention! If you're knowledgeable in creating both iOS and Android apps, that's a lot of knowledge, that can access our subscriber database. That's what we're doing. We need a new app. So if you can design something that would access our subscriber database of logins to securely download and play the podcast on mobile devices, then we need you. Or if you have expertise in adapting, these are not my words, or interfacing with existing membership software to publish a secure password-protected RSS feed to current podcast players, that might work also. Greek to me. If you're interested, send your proposals to webmaster@artbell.com. That's webmaster@artbell.com. Okay? I hope somebody out there, and I'm certain there is somebody out there that can do it. And by the way, we have announced on Facebook, I don't know if you received the announcement, that the price of the show is going to $7.99 beginning August 20th. Now, not for those of you who have already subscribed as time travelers. You, as long as you maintain your membership month to month, are locked in forevermore at $5. In fact, don't panic. You can still join and become a time traveler for $5, and that locks you in as long as you remain current. Why are we going to $7.99? Well, because we're miserable SOB money grubbing, whatever. No, not really. Because this is a you-supported radio program. Meaning, if we don't have advertisements, for example, I mean, we do have them right now. We have minuscule 6 minutes an hour. But even if they were to go away, this was designed to be a listener-supported program, and the whole concept was to have this live program, the one we're doing right now, right? Live and free. That's good. And it is free, and the reason it's free is because of members like you. So there you have it. A couple of items in the news. Obama's power plant climate plan shifts to the courts. Of course. He wants to clamp down on power plants, emissions, a new federal plan that, if successful, would attempt to slow down global warming by dramatically shifting the way Americans get and use electricity. Touting the plan at a White House ceremony, he described his unprecedented carbon dioxide limits as the biggest step ever taken on U.S. climate. On that point, at least his opponents agreed. They denounced it, of course, as an egregious federal overreach that would spend all kinds of money on things that we shouldn't spend it on and send power prices surging. And, you know, if you look at Obamacare and what that did, you got to listen to this, I guess. Former President Jimmy Carter is okay, but he has undergone a liver operation to remove a little something in his liver that shouldn't be there. They're saying he'll be fine. It really was an elective kind of thing, but, you know, when a president has something like this, it's certainly worth noting. This is from The Anomalist, and a chupacabra apparently has hit a Russian village. Now, this is interesting. Dozens of chickens were slaughtered, the carcasses and feathers strewn about after what definitely looks like a violent encounter, and no blood. This would be a Linda item. No blood. These attacks were fast and accurate, leaving behind only one live chicken who can tell no stories, unfortunately. But they're thinking this looks very much like a chupacabra type of attack. All right. There is a prominent scientist now who I'm going to look for. Dr. Lanza is his name. And he thinks that consciousness, and I so agree to this, he thinks that consciousness may be the answer to everything. Everything. Wouldn't that be something? So we will seek him out, get him on the air, and ask all about it. All right, we're going to take a very quick break, I think, and when we get back, we're going to attempt to get to Stephen Bassett. Now, I'm not sure we're going to make it. For some reason, he hadn't been there. But Stephen, if this music doesn't wake you up, nothing will, buddy. Stephen Bassett, we're looking for you, and we'll be right back. This is Midnight in the Desert.
What it is, y'all? It's your boy Kingston. I'm chilling with the real crystal crew. Minus and black music. Let's get it.
You wanna go down, drive all through my town, to make that sound. Oh, now don't be shy. You know I'm to lie.
On the wild side of midnight, from the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Well, all right. We were to have Stephen Bassett and a congressman on tonight, but they're not here. So, open lines. Let's do... Oh, there is one more thing I want to do before open lines. Actually, a couple. It blows my mind, actually. You all know, I think, Stephen Greer, right? Stephen Greer, C-SETI, Stephen Greer. I understand he's made a lot of changes, by the way, in what he says now and believes. But that issue aside, I interviewed Stephen Greer over many, many years. And there was one time that Stephen told me that SETI, not C-SETI, but SETI, got a real hit that the public was not told about. Now, I had Seth Shostak on, to talk a little bit about this. And Seth did sort of put it off to, well, maybe it was a minor functionary or something like that, gave the information out. However, somebody sent me something today that came from, actually it's Stephen Greer's voice, but it came from a YouTube presentation, and it just knocked me for a loop. And I want you to listen very carefully to what Stephen Greer.
Now I'm going to say something here because this is enough years after it happened. A few years ago, there was a show called Coast to Coast with Art Bell. And it was on the cover of Time magazine, and I was one of his favorite guests. And when I'd be on that show, it really lit things up at certain agencies. And one time I was on his show a few years back, towards the end of his career there, and this issue came up, and I said, I have a source high up in SETI that confirms to me that they in fact have received interplanetary signals, but in a kind of phased, not normal array. It was kind of a pulsed array, and that it was kept secret and covered up. And the SETI people were furious. Subsequently, Seth Shostak got on the show and just said, Dr. Greer knew what he was talking about, and he probably talked to some volunteer computer operator, because we have all this network of volunteers. What Art Bell didn't know, and which Seth Shostak didn't know, and which I'm going to say now because it's enough water gone under the bridge, is that the guy who told me that was the founder of the SETI project and the Drake equation, Dr. Drake. He told me that they had that contact. Moreover, a man who had been one of Carl Sagan's best friends, the best man at his wedding, confirmed it. And he had been present when the WOW signal came in at Harvard.
So you can imagine how that blew me away. And you can imagine, by the way, Seth Shostak is scheduled for the show. So, oh my goodness, I about flipped when I heard that. I mean, I really flipped. It's okay, we're going to do open lines. That's what we're going to do. And anything you want to talk about is fair game. And by the way, I'm looking for a witch. I want to say this again and be very, very clear. I am looking for a real witch. Now, I'm looking for a witch who believes in real magic, casting spells, cauldron stirring, broom riding, all the things you associate with a witch. The shoes sticking out from the house would not be pink, let's put it that way. Probably be a black shoe. So I'm looking for that kind of a witch. If you are one of them, or if you know one of them, please email me. I am artbell@artbell.com. Pretty easy, right? artbell@artbell.com. That said, what do you want to talk about? Anything is fair game. All right. Let me go ahead and do this. You remember the other night we were talking about experiences that we've had that we haven't talked about? All right, it was about 3, maybe 4 weeks ago now. And I thought that this subject had been talked to death, and frankly, I think it has. Except I just had the experience, and I'm talking about what I can only call a shadow person. So let me tell you what happened to me, okay? And then we'll get to the phones. I was sitting in my ham shack. That's the place I've got all my ham radio gear and computers and stuff in the house. Now separate from my studio, where I am now. And I had been working at the computer, You know, we talk show hosts do a lot of working at computers because we get a lot of email and guests and producers and everything. And so I'd been staring at the screen for a while, and I mentioned that because I think it might have something to do with what happened. I suddenly saw movement to my right. And I just looked over to the right, and there was a figure there. And I don't mean just, a figure. It was the shadow of a being. It was a shadow of something. And it just scared the you-know-what out of me. And I looked again, and it wasn't there. And I looked behind. I started looking around the room. I looked behind me, and there it was. Boom, there it was, and boom, it was gone. And I was sitting there in shock, and it appeared to the left of me. And I completely lost it, folks. Everybody was asleep in the house, so I'll tell you the truth. I went into where we store firearms and got one. And I went through the whole house. I went through the garage. I went through the yard. I got out my big 5 gazillion candle power light, started poking around with that. It just scared me to death. So I guess I've seen what what else do you call it? Shadow person? I guess. First time in my life I've had this experience, and here is what I think. And I only just think this. When you spend a long time staring at a computer screen, it begins to change your eyes, if not your brain. Haven't you ever noticed that? That when you spend hours in front of a computer screen, something begins to change in you. It's perhaps subtle, it's tiring, but I think there's a change behind just subtle and tiring. And I don't know what it is. It may be a different, the refresh rate of the computer screen, or it may have nothing to do with computers at all. It just may be that these things are here. But what the hell are they? I mean, you start thinking about it. What are they? Are these entities of some kind? Are they ghosts? I mean, another person could have seen this and have said, I saw a ghost. Right? I could have as easily come on tonight and said I saw a ghost, but, through the years having talked about shadow people, that's what it looked like. Now, this being had human form, or something close to human form. If there were arms, they were down by the side. They weren't out. But there were legs. It's just enough to scare the you-know-what right out of you. And it did that. So, first to the right of me, then behind me, which was really freaky, and then to the left of me, and then I was so far out of there so fast. Whatever it's worth, I don't know what these things are, and I doubt anybody actually can document what they are, but now I know they are. I did shadow people many, many years ago. What was it, back in the late 80s, 90s? So I remember the reports, I remember the drawings, I remember the descriptions, but I sure as heck never expected to see something like that. It was I almost don't want to say human form, but it was close to a human form. That's the only way I can describe it. It was not solid. You could still see something through it. Maybe that added to the terror of it all. I don't know. But it utterly drove me nutty. All right, let me give you the numbers. With that, we can talk about anything you want. Public number for all of you is area code 952-225-5278. That's area code 952-225-5278. Now, beyond that public number, yes, you can get in on Skype, whether you're in America and Canada or in the world. Please take my advice. I will not give this lecture many more times, but I want to do it because it benefits all of you to hear clear audio. So if you've got, a smartphone, it's so simple. Put Skype on your smartphone. Just put Skype on. And then once you've done that, if you're in North America or Canada, set it up to call MITD 55. Or, I'm sorry, MITD 51. Oh, don't let me get that wrong. MITD 51. And then you can go to the you can go to your phone and you can do it right now. Go to your contacts and you'll see MITD 51 in there. You can hit it and call us free. If you're outside North America, Canada, and the U.S., it's MITD 55. MITD 55. Let us begin and say, hello, Trey. You are on the air on Skype.
Hey, Art. It's interesting that you brought up the shadow people.
Yeah.
About 2 or 3 months ago, I was sitting outside smoking on my porch, typing on BellGab, as usual.
Uh-huh.
And I looked across myself, across the parking lot, and saw what looked like maybe a 7 or 8 foot tall shadow of a person just sort of like meld into the ground.
Yeah.
The lower half of the body was not there.
Uh-oh.
And it looked like it ducked down almost as if it had recognized me seeing it and was trying to hide. And at first, in my mind, immediately I thought we'd had a bunch of break-ins and it's just somebody creeping around the parking lot.
At least I had a whole body. I don't want half a body of anything. That's
no good.
I'm telling you, though, this scared me so badly.
I was completely terrified. I froze for a moment. I didn't know what to do, and I just sort of casually backed up, like hopefully he doesn't notice what I'm doing.
Okay, so question. What do you think these things are?
I don't know. Maybe this has something to do with time travel, too, possibly. Maybe we're seeing echoes of other things that were and may be.
Things that were, that's a pretty good guess, actually. Things that were. I wonder if there's sort of a lingering echo of things that were.
It's very possible.
Maybe it was even me at some earlier time.
Don't do that to me. Now I'm not going to be able to go to sleep tonight.
Well, it could be. It could be me or anybody else, but whatever it was, when these things happen to you, you're not the same after it.
Absolutely not. It's bizarre, and I don't really believe in this sort of thing, and it's just so odd to have that happen.
Well, there's nothing like having it happen to you to make you a believer.
Exactly. Hey, Art, can I give you a movie recommendation?
You may.
Have you seen the movie Pontypool?
What is it again?
It's called Pontypool, and actually the author would make a good guess.
I haven't seen it. Why?
It's about a radio DJ and the power of words, and I don't know, it's maybe sort of zombie-ish. I don't know. It's a pretty neat picture, and it has a lot to say, and the book's pretty good, too.
Most of the movies they've made about talk hosts are...
Well, you're the ultimate talk host to me. When I think of talk host, I see you smoking and wearing like black at your computer. That's the romanticized idea.
All right. Well, here, I'll give you the truth. The truth is, I've got these electronic cigarettes now. Anybody who has been a smoker all their life will learn very quickly that they either give it up, the tobacco version, or else. And when I say or else, I guess you know what I mean, right? It's going to get you. Let's go to, I think, Lockport, New York. You have achieved airdom on Midnight in the Desert. Extinguish your device and proceed. Turn that off, please.
Okay.
All the way off. Very good.
It's off.
All right, good. Welcome to the program.
Yes, how are you? Art, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
My name is Steve Legase, calling you from Lockport, New York.
Yes, sir.
I heard you talking about the shadow people. Well, I'm 50 years old, and I seen one the first time when I was 3 years old, and again for the last time on a Tuesday morning, August 16th, 2011, in my room. The thing had orange eyes. It locked up my body. It was 5:30 in the morning. It locked up my body for 5 minutes. Now, throughout my whole life, this thing gave me some kind of like special where I could see the future and see things, and I'd be able to tell people something was going to happen, and it would always happen.
Well, that's cool. I didn't get any of that. I got scared out of my wits, is what I got.
I hear you. You know what? And at first it scared me too, and then I realized 3 days ago and up until today that it was a positive experience for me, and I kicked myself in the ass. I didn't know it could read my mind when I was sitting there looking at it for the 5 minutes.
Well, at least I can report I didn't shoot a shadow person.
You don't want to shoot it, no.
No, you have to go
here to hurt us.
Yeah, I hear you.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Nearly 50,000 customers were without power across southern Ontario after an intense storm battered the province on Sunday, bringing heavy winds, rain, hail, and possible funnel clouds. The outages were spread over an area from Lake Huron to Toronto. The utility company, Toronto Hydro, is reporting multiple outages across the city, including one at Yorkdale Shopping Centre. Elsewhere, the wild weather blew down trees, canceled a music festival, and, according to the Ontario Provincial Police, sent 6 people to the hospital when a tent collapsed near Proton Station, a community about 50 kilometers southeast of Owen Sound. There were also reports of funnel clouds near Orangeville, north of Toronto, earlier in the day. The Ontario Provincial Police said it has received many reports of downed trees and power lines, but no reports of serious damage. Due to safety concerns, the Veld Music Festival that was being held at Downsview Park in Toronto was called off. If you think this was a normal storm, take a look at the photos snapped over Toronto at darkmatternews.com. The plane crash, which killed 3 members of Osama bin Laden's family in Hampshire in the United Kingdom, is said to have taken place in near-perfect conditions, raising suspicions about the incident. 3 members of the bin Laden family, as well as the pilot, died when their private jet crashed near the end of the runway. But The Guardian has raised questions over the crash, as the plane was equipped with high-tech gear to guide it in safely. And Blackbush Airport has precision approach pathway indicators, adding that it's not the first time there has been a bin Laden family plane crash. They say it is in fact the 3rd time members of the bin Laden family have been killed in a plane crash. Osama's father was killed when his Beechcraft 18 crashed in Saudi Arabia in 1967 while on his way home to marry his 23rd wife. Salem bin Laden, the half-brother of Osama, died in 1988 when his aircraft drifted into high-voltage power lines in San Antonio, Texas. A hitchhiking robot that captured the hearts and fans of worldwide met its demise in the United States. The Canadian researchers who created HitchBot as a social experiment said that someone in Philadelphia damaged the robot beyond repair early Saturday, ending its first American tour after about 2 weeks. The kid-sized robot set out to travel cross-country after successfully hitchhiking across Canada in 26 days last year in parts of Europe. It's immobile on its own, relying on the kindness of strangers.
Please pick me up and put me in your vehicle. I am HitchBot, a hitchhiking robot.
Whoa, we talked again, Debbie.
Those who picked it up often passed it to other travelers or left it where others might notice it. It started in Marblehead, Massachusetts on July 17th with its thumb raised skyward, a grin on its digital face and tape wrapped around its cylindrical head that read San Francisco or bust.
Maybe I can make a cameo appearance in a film when we get to California. I will make my big Hollywood debut. I can see it now. HitchBot, the first robot TV star.
The robot bounced around the Boston area and was briefly taken to sea. One day, it took in a Red Sox game, checking off one of the items on the bucket list created for it. But HitchBot never made it off the East Coast. The creators were sent an image of the vandalized robot Saturday, but couldn't track its location because the battery was dead. They said they don't know who destroyed it or why. The robot was designed to be a talking travel companion and could toss out factoids and carry limited conversation. A GPS in the robot tracked its location, and a camera randomly snapped photos about every 20 minutes to document its travels. During past travels, the robot attended a comic convention and a wedding, and it had its portrait painted in the Netherlands. It once spent a week with a heavy metal band. With the robot destroyed, Zeller said she was concerned about children who loved Hitchbot and followed it on social media. Her team doesn't plan to release the last photo of it to protect young fans who might be distraught. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
Feel free to sniff our packets. Then, with a smile on your face, please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
This song goes out to the Donald. They had the, the first debate with, how many was it? 15, 18, a whole bunch of potential candidates, right? Not one of them even mentioned the name Trump. Not one. So, Donald, this one's for you.
We've been traveling far without a home, not without a star. Free, only want to be free. We huddled close, hang on to a dream. On the boats and on the planes, they're coming to America.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. We're in open lines. Our guest tonight was a no-show, or late, at any rate not there. So, sad, but I think we'll make it with open lines. You and I will make it just fine. I'm going to bring on for a second my new producer for a very good reason. Hey, new producer. New producer, are you there?
Good evening, Art. What are you up to this evening?
Well, number one, I wanted to introduce this pleasant voice to everybody as my new producer. That's one thing. And your name, your name is Heather Wade, right?
Yes, it is.
It is, yes. And the reason that I brought you on is because you're about the only person in the world that I have told, and how long ago was it, Heather? I told you about this encounter I had with this damn shadow thing.
Oh, I think about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I told you about 2 weeks ago. That was actually before we even got on the air, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
okay.
was.
That was
it
before.
was a few days before you got back on the air before the 20th,
That's
and
right.
you were terrified.
Yeah, that's right. And it was a few days prior to that it had happened. So I just sort of wanted to bring you on for two reasons. One, to say, listen to the voice of my new producer, because if you're a guest, you'll probably be hearing it. And number two, I told her my story. I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to do it on the air, but I finally thought, what the heck? And I just thought I would verify that I did, in fact, tell you then.
Yes, you did. And what was my suggestion? I think the audience needs to hear this.
Yeah, I know. I know you said that. I'm always really hesitant because I do a show on this kind of thing. When finally something does happen to me, I don't know, I feel hesitant to talk about it because it sounds like it's cooked or something, but it's not. It really happened. Heather, you're a sweetheart. Thank you for coming on the air, verifying my story and all that stuff.
Anytime.
All right, take care. That's Heather Wade, my new producer. So there you have it. It really did. It scared me as much as anything has scared me in my whole life. I guess, to be fair, I was in shock after the UFO incident, actually a couple of them. Shock, but not as scared as I was. That night I was scared. I grabbed a gun. Not ashamed to say that, because I had no idea no idea what I was dealing with. I still don't. No clue. It's completely and utterly unsettling. And here is, I believe, Debbie. Hello, Debbie.
Hey, Art. How are you?
Well, I guess you can hear how I am.
Well, I'm really enjoying the show, and it's really great to have you back.
Thank you.
Anyways, I've got two stories. I guess I'll let you pick. One is a shadow person thing that happened to me back in the 80s.
Really?
And, yep. And the other one was an out-of-body experience that I had back on May 20th, which is equally as amazing.
Yeah, but right now, let's go with the shadow person, if you don't mind.
No, not at all.
Can you describe to me what your shadow person or what it looked like?
You know what? I know it's going to sound corny, but it looked like Dick Tracy. Do you remember the Dick Tracy cartoons?
I do.
From the 60s, and they were in the funny papers.
Sure.
Yeah. It looked like Dick Tracy, only in the shadows. And this being would stand at the end of my bed any night that my husband didn't come to bed with me.
Oh, good Lord.
So, yeah, he would stay up and watch television sometimes.
Well, it must have been the point. After the first couple of times, you must have been dragging your husband into the bedroom.
I can't tell you how terrifying it actually was. And I had 3 small children at the time. So I was exhausted by 8 o'clock, and I would go in, and sometimes I would just fall asleep. And this presence was, you could tell that someone was there. It would wake you up. It would wake me up out of a dead sleep, and I would see him standing at the end of the bed.
Well, that's even more horrifying because at that point you're between sleep and being very awake, and boy, if that doesn't give you a heart attack, I don't know what will.
Well, it was really, really frightening, and and this went on for, I don't know, I'd say years.
Okay, did your Dick Tracy years?
Years.
Did he have arms, legs, discernible, everything?
Only thing I could tell was, this person was in the shadows and just, I could see a hat and a face and kind of like just square shoulders, long and black. I couldn't discern any arms or legs, but what I later determined and what I later found out, which is the really interesting part of the story, is that someone very close to me had put a hex on me.
Oh.
And I wasn't a big believer in hexes, but I got it on pretty good word that this thing that followed me for so many years was a familiar, and this was a male that had put this hex on me. Was his familiar.
Was this some male that you had felt you had treated him incorrectly or something?
I had not. The male figure was actually my father.
Oh, your father?
My father.
Why would your father put a hoax on you?
A hex.
Or a hex. Sorry.
Well, I married someone that he didn't like. And that person was killed in a motorcycle accident, and he sold him the motorcycle.
Now, dads don't generally put hexes on daughters. I mean, it's not one of those things that a dad would do. Your dad must have been, what's the right word?
Well, it was hateful, spiteful.
Definitely hateful. And you'd think he would put the hex on the husband.
He did, and he was killed.
Okay, so it was the both of you, really.
It was.
Yikes.
And there's many other things that go with that, and I'm not going to go into all of those because it'd take an awfully long time. But anyways, the Dick Tracy shadow figure stayed with me for many years. And I tried to call in when you had Evelyn Paglini on several times, way back when.
Right. God bless her. I hope she is well. We are now looking for another Evelyn.
Well, I hope you find her. She really was a spiritual warrior, and I really admired her a lot. And I wanted to tell her my story so bad because, she was so knowledgeable on, these different groups and all of that.
This is why I want a real witch.
Mhm.
They know
Yeah, a real one.
they know about spiritual warfare, and a lot of people call themselves witches. They're not spiritual warriors, and that's what I want, because frankly, a lot of the serious things are battles.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, thank you so very much. I appreciate your call. Good talking to you. And again, anything you want to talk about is fair game tonight. That was a good one. That was definitely a good one. Can you imagine that? A hex on the both of them. What daddy would do that to his daughter? I could understand a hex on the guy, but his own daughter. Wow. Let's go, I don't know where I'm going. It doesn't really matter. It says anonymous. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
It's funny you're doing this topic. I was going to call you on Friday. A few years ago, I had a serious problem with the shadow nonsense.
What is this? It's so common.
I know what it is, and I can tell you how to see it for yourself, and then I can tell you how to get rid of it.
Getting rid of it, part of it, I want to hear right away.
Okay. Well, it's kind of like getting out of sleep paralysis. The harder you fight it, the worse it gets. You have to relax and let go of the fear. And it's kind of the same thing with these things.
Right.
I saw one.
So how do you do that? How do you get rid of fear? I mean, when you see something that is pretty much not of this world, I mean, you can see through it, and you can see other parts of the room, right? It's just a figure. I don't know how you conquer that fear, because it's just abnormal.
What I did was, the first time I saw the thing, it scared me to death. I mean, and I'm a fairly rational person, and I looked at this thing. I didn't blink. I didn't look away, because I assumed it was one of those things where, my mind was mistaking shadows and making a shape that wasn't really there, like a coat rack looks like a guy standing there. Anyway, it wasn't that. And I never looked away from it, and the thing was standing in a stairwell, and it just kind of tipped back. And, I got up, I turned on all the lights, I got a gun, I freaked out. The next day I was telling somebody at work about it, and I never heard tell of the shadow person my entire life. And I was describing it to him, and he said, that's a real thing. You got to look it up on the internet. People have seen these things. So I went home and looked it up. I thought, well, this is horrible. So, the more research I did, I never found anybody that got hurt by one. There was never nobody was sent to a hospital by a shadow person. So I was resolved that the next time I saw one, I was going to do the same thing I did with sleep paralysis. It didn't hurt me the first time I saw it. I'm just going to assume it's not going to hurt me the second time I see it. I'm going to relax.
And so you did?
I did. And you can do this too if you can get rid of the fear. And the trick is to not look away.
Okay. What happened?
Okay.
You relaxed, and then what?
I relaxed. The second time I saw it, it was a praying mantis. And
wonderful. That'd just cheer me right up.
Well, it sounds ridiculous. And what's weird is same height, same place, same kind of like standing in the shadows. But this time it was,
praying mantis.
Praying mantis like things on the wall.
Yeah, okay, so small, like you would have on the wall, or big?
No, it was like 8 feet tall. I mean, it was terrible. So then I looked
sure. I'd just relax away with that.
Well, I looked that one up too, and apparently in the area in which I was living at the time, that was something that people saw commonly. But anyway, I guess it has something more to do with the extraterrestrial experience. But all of that aside,
listen, I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt you. I'm 70. If what I saw had turned into a praying mantis, I'd be dead now. I don't know. When you're talking this relaxation stuff, you're going to have to do better than that. I don't, once it turns into, I relax with the shadow, and it turns into a praying mantis, and you're telling me that was a good finish.
Well, yes and no. Now that I knew what I was dealing with, I mean, do a little more research, and the internet's your friend, but I went and did a little more research and found out this was another common experience that many people had. And again, nobody had been hurt by one of these things.
Sometimes the internet's your friend. I remember back when I started this whole damn topic in the first place, long ago, I went and looked it up on the internet, and all it had was terrifying pictures of these shadow people. I didn't even think it was real when somebody first brought it up. I said shadow person. It's all over the internet.
But anyway, the way to get rid of it, is positivity, and that sounds kind of cliched. The way I got rid of it was with Howard Jones music in 80s comedies, but it kind of feeds on, it seemed to get worse the more afraid I was, but the less consumed with, because at the time when I was seeing these things, I was miserable, my life sucked, and I was upset about a few things, and it seemed to kind of show up more often the angrier I was. So I consumed myself with, I made sure I wasn't watching anything dark on television. I surrounded myself with, upbeat music. And anyway, it just kind of went away after that. Like,
okay.
I still see one occasionally, but I'm not afraid of it. It doesn't bother me. It's not this. But it seems to be, you need to relax, get rid of the fear. And
I would like to say that you have calmed me right down, but you have not. And nevertheless, I appreciate your attempt. Thank you very much.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
Yeah, take care. No, that didn't do it. I mean, the shadow person is terrifying enough, and then see it move or have it move on you and then be first to your right, then behind you, and then to your left. I just fled. Once I saw it to the left and it disappeared, and it did, I fled. And I've already told you. I went, got a gun, went all around, was prepared to try a shot if I saw it, and I didn't. That's probably how you end up shooting the wrong person or something. God, it was terrifying. And what if I had managed to somehow suddenly relax? Do you honestly think this thing, had it turned into a gigantic 8-foot praying mantis, would have relaxed me? No. Not even close. It would have finished me off for sure. Once again, if you're outside North America, that means America and Canada. Anywhere in the rest of the world, it's really easy to get through. Just call us on Skype at MITD55, MITD55, outside the U.S. Love to hear from you. Stacked full of calls here in the U.S. And speaking of calls, in Ottawa something or another, you're on the air.
Oh, hi, Hart. It's Rob from Ottawa.
Hey,
Roswell's to you.
Thank you.
I'm, I guess, one of your tasty Canadian time travelers.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. The first call you got after you made your
mission.
Yeah, you made your mission public. Yeah, I don't know if you asked if it's a shadow person or a ghost. I don't know. I'll tell you what happened to me quickly. I've seen, the corner of your eye thing.
Yes.
You see something there. We've all seen that. What made mine different, this thing went across the room. It went from left to right, like it didn't want to be seen.
Yeah, there you have it. I want to add something just real quickly.
Yeah.
This was not a corner of your eye thing. I mean, when I first noted that something was there present, it was a corner of my eye, but then I turned toward it and I saw the damn thing. Then I saw it behind me. It had form. It was real. It disappeared. It was then to the left of me and then gone.
No, mine was just like the other caller. It had no legs, no head. It was about waist high. It was a dark object. I was we had gone to Vancouver. We were staying in an older hotel, nice hotel, 1912, and we were on the 5th floor. I say that because there's no headlights at that floor. The drapes are very, very heavy, so I'm not getting any light. And I just happened to get up 2 in the morning, went to the bathroom, went into the small little kitchenette, grabbed some orange juice. Now, the reason I wasn't afraid, probably, because I was half asleep. I took my slug of orange juice, and I was appearing in from the kitchenette back in the living room. This thing just, right across the room. And I went, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. And I wasn't afraid, probably because I was half asleep. So I lied down. My wife's there. She's not moving at all. And it's a king bed. She's not moving at all. So I lie down, okay, and I'm just thinking about this thing. And then at the end of the bed, I feel some pressure. Not a lot of pressure.
Yes.
But a little bit of pressure.
Yes.
Now, I'm thinking, well, I'm not going to look back. I'm thinking now, there's no way I'm going to look back. And I figured, okay, if this thing doesn't touch me, I'm not going to look back, and I'll just let it go. And I fell asleep, but there was definitely pressure at the end of my bed as well. How
did you fall asleep? That'd be the last thing in the world I could do after that.
Well, I was tired. It was 2:30 in the morning. I felt a little pressure. I didn't want to look back. I just was afraid to see what I would find. So
I'm going to guess you're on a Bluetooth, right?
I'm on a Bluetooth. No, yeah. I'm on a cell phone. Yeah.
Cell phone. Okay.
Yeah. So, I figured as long as the pressure doesn't become any more so, or this thing doesn't grab me, I'm not going to look back.
So you fell asleep, and when you woke up, everything was all right.
Everything was fine. I told my wife about it. I thought, and then I started trying to put pieces together. Okay, well, the curtains are heavy. There's no light. We're up on the 5th floor. I figured whatever this thing was, didn't want to be seen. Yeah. I figured that it probably it was a beautiful suite and it was a good location. And I'm thinking maybe this entity liked that.
I got it. We've got a break. I've got to go. Thanks for the story, though.
Okay. Bye.
I appreciate it. Take care. Well, whatever it was real. That's the one thing I know. It was real. This is Midnight in the Desert.
I'm riding in your car. You turn on the radio. You're pulling me close. I just say no. I say I don't like it, but you know I'm a liar. 'Cause when we kiss, ooh,
Midnight in the Desert is a wild trip across the Days Divisor. Get your ticket to ride by calling 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Skype in America and Canada is MITD51. MITD51. Outside the U.S., yes, sir, it's a free call on Skype. MITD55. MITD55. That'll ring us up. Let me qualify something. When I said real, maybe I shouldn't have said real, because whatever it was, I couldn't run over and grab it, nor would have I done that. But I don't know about real. It was something. It was of some substance. It was, I want to say not of this earth, but I don't know that. It could have been a ghost. Could have been a spirit, could have been a hex. I don't know. Well, let's see where to go. Let's try Stephen on Skype. Stephen, hello.
Hi.
Hi. Good to have you.
Really surprised I got on. I just wanted to ask, you were talking about Dr. Greer before, and I actually wanted to ask you a question.
Did you hear what he said?
Yes, I did. I'm actually, the reason I listened to your show is actually because I'm actually a big fan of Dr. Greer.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's really what got me into ETs in general.
Right.
I actually just wanted to know your opinion on what is the new things that you're saying that he's saying.
Well, first of all, for goodness sakes, that is what he said. I played it. It came from YouTube. So he he absolutely said it. I mean,
his message has changed.
Yes.
More recently.
Yes, and I have to have him on and hear it. But what he did say shocked the hell out of me. I mean, come on.
Absolutely.
He is in essence telling us, look, SETI got a real signal. They kept it secret.
Mm-hmm.
That's no minor matter.
No.
So have we heard already from them, is the question.
It's very true. Very true.
All right.
And I guess you'd have to wonder, really, if they did receive, like they said, like a different type of signal.
Yeah. How would you summarize what Dr. Greer is saying now versus what he said all those years ago?
I think his understanding of the subject has evolved just like everyone else's.
I think he believes they are A, already here.
Absolutely.
And B, he's much more interested in having communication with them than he is in doing the things he did years ago.
Absolutely. What I've gleaned from what he said is that he's more interested in less interested in disclosure because he doesn't think that's really a viable possibility. Or not so much that, but so much as he thinks that.
That's what we were going to do tonight. We were going to have Stephen Bassett on, right? He's been working on this disclosure project for years and years and years. And frankly, I was going to ask him at the beginning of the interview, Stephen, while I applaud your efforts, I don't think we're ever going to know. It's never going to be disclosed unless some president comes forward, maybe Trump. Somebody who is, just immune to the talk. And maybe Trump would be immune to the talk that all presidents are apparently given.
I mean, maybe. I don't really think Donald Trump will be elected, despite the fact that I think he's probably the best GOP candidate that's there.
It's all fun watching anyway. I just can't.
Absolutely. It's my
favorite
time
wait
of the
for
year.
the debate.
Favorite time,
man.
Yeah. Election season. It's always great.
All right, brother. Thank you very much for the call and take care. It's going to be, I just can't wait for the debate. Unfortunately, it's going to be one with rules. It is, right? Debate's going to have rules. You can speak for 1 minute, Mr. Candidate, or 3 minutes, and then so-and-so over there will have 1 minute to rebut what you said. And then, if necessary, we'll give you 30 seconds to rebut what he said. Bummer debate. I want a real debate. And, oh, by the way, while we're on the subject of debates, I'm supposed to have one coming. Now, this may sound laughable to some of you, but I'm telling you it's no laughing matter. There are people out there who believe with religious fervor that our Earth is flat, that the scientists are all wet, they bring with them evidence, they think the Earth is flat, and they say they can prove it. And so I thought, okay, fine, great. Bring on one of these devotees. Let's get a scientist. Let's have a real debate. That'd be a real debate. I'd love to see one on TV, too, wouldn't you? With only 2 or 3 candidates when it's finally narrowed down to that. God, I'd like to see the real thing. All right, let's go to the phones and somebody calling themselves Dimensional.
Hi, this is actually Nathan from Austin.
Hey, Nathan.
Hi. I actually had a story. I grew up in Michigan, and I was about in middle school, I think, and me and my friend were staying up late, and I was looking out the window, and I saw this. He lived on a Christmas tree farm, pine trees.
Right.
And I looked out the window, and I saw this black figure jump from one pine tree to another. It kind of looked like a person.
Right.
And I told my friend, hey, look, I just saw this thing, do you know anything about it? And he said no. So I thought it was crazy, so I kept watching it, and I saw it again. So I was like, what's going on here? So I told my friend again, and we started watching for like maybe an hour or so.
Right.
And then we saw another one. So I was like, hey, let's go wake up your dad, because I was kind of afraid. And his dad was kind of like he was a farmer, so he would have been mad we were up late, and he probably would have made the situation worse because he had a bit of a temper. So we kept looking, and, we saw it again. It's like, all right, so we eventually woke up his dad, and he went out on the porch and looked around with the flashlight and everything, and he didn't see anything. So the next night we go out there, and there's a bunch of foot...
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see if we can get him back. You still there? We lost him somehow. I'm so sorry. That happens. You just suddenly get cut off. Sorry about that. Let's try Cameron. Hello, Cameron.
Good evening, Art. How am I coming in?
You're coming in okay, and that last caller is welcome to call back and, the rule is
Yeah.
suspended for him. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, go ahead, Ken.
Well, yeah. Just sitting here having a beer, thinking about the shadow people thing that you're talking about, and it's kind of funny. I've seen things before too, but everything runs on frequencies. If you have the right adjustment of electromagnetic energy, you can see the aurora. Infrasound, that could have an effect on what you saw, because some people with the right lighting, if they have a certain type of infrasound, like the sound that you hear in a lion's roar,
Right.
is also the same sound made by a tornado. Or
Okay, here's my theory, and you're welcome to either reject it or explore it. It is that once you've stared at a computer screen long enough with that refresh frequency.
Well, that's what I was getting to. It might not be that. It could be something electromagnetic with the screen or the lighting. But like, what was it, Van Gogh or somebody who painted all those pictures with the eerie blue hue to it?
Right.
Or no, Claude Monet, that's what it was. I have it pulled up here. Yeah, they had this really eerie blue hue. And if you mess with the human eye just enough, for instance, with severe cataracts, you can see ultraviolet light.
Uh-huh.
So it could be that it does mess with people's eyes.
It could be that these, whatever they are, appear in ultraviolet and are not seen
Well, maybe
normal.
not ultraviolet, but what I'm saying is everything runs on frequencies, and it could be that it adjusts your eyesight and your perception, just like people who take the DMT stuff. They can see these machine-elve entities that hop in and out of them and mess with their heads.
Well, that adjusts
You
everything. Really adjusts you.
Everything runs on frequencies. So one frequency, something should transfer from energy to matter, for instance.
Well, I don't want it to do that. It was all enough matter for me. I could see through it, so it wasn't matter. And frankly, if it had turned into matter, I'd have been going for the gun right away. Oh, God, it scared me.
Another quick thing before you hang up. You know that Forrest Bird, he was an inventor that invented the iron lung that saved all those polio kids. He died just the other day.
Wow, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
And
if you'll take the time to look into them when you're not busy.
All right. Thank you very, very much for the call. When I'm not busy. Goodness, when is that? When you do a radio program, you're pretty busy a lot of the time. Going outside the country, I think to Ireland. Hello there.
Hello. My name's Liam, calling from Cork, Ireland, correct?
Cork, Ireland. And you're bored. It says bored.
Yeah, I said that a long time ago. I was
Really?
bored that day, as you can imagine.
So you were having a bad day, and so you put your emotion up there.
Yep, pretty much.
All right.
It's 10:06, many Roswells.
Right, thank you. So you've been listening. You know what we're talking about. Do you see this sort of thing there?
Next to my computer, I have a picture, and you can kind of see in the background through my window, in my back garden. And one or two times, I think I might have seen something black out there, but when I look, it's gone. So could have been icing. Anyway, I was wondering about ghost matter. If there's nothing set in stone, would you think about Midnight in the Cemetery or something like that?
Oh, you mean for the ghost show?
Yeah.
Midnight in the Cemetery is pretty good.
I'm thinking about it for a while.
But, the traditional name has been Ghost to Ghost, right?
Yeah,
Which,
I've
of course, came from Coast to Coast.
As you can imagine, that's how I found you.
Well, it's a good point. Midnight in the Graveyard. I will take that under advisement, and maybe I'll change it.
Okay.
Of course, we're not technically in a graveyard, and given the opportunity to do a remote from a graveyard, I don't think I would.
I wouldn't either. Probably not on Halloween night.
Is one question? Yes, is Ireland a ghost-like place?
Some say it's, now I'm quoting people, but some say it's one of the most haunted countries on the planet.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've heard. All right, well, listen.
Personally, I haven't seen much with my own eyes.
Count your lucky Irish stars. That's what I would say.
So far, I don't have any.
All right, thank you very much. One of the cool things about being on the program is that there is about a 30-second time differential between when we actually talk to you live And then when you finish your call, if you turn your radio on or your stream or whatever, you will hear your call. You'll hear the last at least 30 seconds of your call. So once again, that gentleman from Ireland, if you're outside the country, we'd love to have you. You're probably, if it's in Europe, having a cup of coffee right now or tea. And you're welcome to call us at MITD55 on Skype, MITD55. Let us go to, well, no, we better not. I guess I better get it out of the way. We've got a break coming up, so let me do that. We're in open lines, and we're talking about anything you want. Now, I did bring up the subject of shadow people because I just couldn't keep it inside any longer. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well, in a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet. You know that ghost is me, and I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost you can't see.
In that darkest time between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. We're talking about, I don't know, anything you want to. It's open lines. I guess I launched us into a bit of a discussion about shadow people because it just scared the tar out of me. I mean, that's the only way to put it. So it goes in now to the bin of experiences that I've had in my life that count as, I guess, paranormal. And outside the country somewhere, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I'll tell you what. Get good and close to, like, the microphone part of your computer, if you would.
Okay. My name is Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
I'm calling from Sydney, Australia.
Sydney, Australia. Excellent. Welcome to the program.
I'm going to make this real quick because I do childcare and I just had to give you a call. I had an incident back in 2006 where I woke up in the middle of the night, I think it was around 2 a.m., and there was a very tall, dark creature standing between myself and the television. I was in bed.
Michelle,
TV.
Did it have form, or what kind of form did you see?
Yes, it had form. It had a long cloak on, and it had a hood.
Oh.
It nearly reached the ceiling of my bedroom, and it said, everything will be all right, go back to sleep. And with that, I went back to sleep.
Really?
And when I woke in the morning, I could not understand why I went to sleep, as I was terrified.
I'm with you.
Absolutely terrified.
Obviously, It put you to sleep.
Yes, it did.
And
most definitely.
Probably the kindest thing it could have done for you.
Yes, and I think so.
It sounds like your charges are climbing the wall, actually.
Yes, they are. Sorry. As soon as you want to make a call, they want to come inside. But I've had many other experiences, unnatural experiences, or natural, I'm not sure. But that one was very concerning to me.
I bet it was. What would you, if you had to guess about what was that? An entity, a ghost, a shadow person?
It had solid form. It was there. I don't think it was a ghost. Somehow, I don't think it was a shadow person. To this day, I don't know what it was. And I'll tell you another experience is when I was in my early 20s. I was living in the city in Sydney with my boyfriend, and I woke up one morning, went and had a shower, and I found a whole lot of squiggles. So, like somebody had been drawing with red texture or red pen on my stomach. Now, I'm a black girl, and so, but it was very, very bright.
Wow.
And I thought it was my boyfriend, so I got out of the shower, went and woke him up, and I said, what were you doing in the middle of the night drawing on my stomach?
Right.
I was very angry. And he said, don't be ridiculous. I did nothing of the kind. But what was most peculiar was that all my life I had an outie belly button, very predominantly out. And that from that moment on, he said, what happened to your belly button? It was gone.
Wow, a positive experience. Kind of.
No, I was happy with my outie, thank you very much.
I love it. All right, thank you so much for the call.
Oh, I'm very surprised that I got through. First time I tried, so thank you.
Right, you call again. Thank you. Pretty easy to get through if you're outside the U.S. and Canada because, there's just not as many people. If you think about it, in Europe, for example, it's very early morning right now. It's easier for the Aussies, the Japanese, maybe people in Hong Kong to get through, maybe Thailand. We're at a better time of day there. Who wants to call a talk show when they're just, sitting at the kitchen table with their first cup of tea or something like that? So, all right, so where to go? Let's go to, I think, Buffalo, New York. You are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Like everyone, I was so happy that you're back.
Oh, I'm so happy to be back. You just don't know.
Yeah, well, we've missed you. Two things. The other day you were talking about the car out of your window. It was going to be hit.
Yes.
And I tried calling in how you had that strong feeling.
Sure.
And I wanted to mention the fact that I had that one time about 30 years ago where I was keeping score at the bowling alleys, and the little voice said, buy a ticket for the 50-50 split.
Right.
And I never spent money on it. And so I bought 2 tickets, and everybody was like, well, who's the winner? And I go, I am. And they were like, well, how do you know? And I go, well, the ticket's in my pocket. I just know. And I did win. So that confirms your story with the car. But as far as the ghost thing, there's a place in south of Buffalo. It's Jamestown, and it's called Lilydale.
Right.
I've gone there for seminars. And when you're dealing with spiritualism and mediumship, and they have prayers that you can open the door to communication, and they train you to become intuitive. I mean, we all are. But there's a prayer, and I don't know if do you want me to give you the prayer over the air?
I'll tell you what. Email it to me.
I don't have a computer.
I'm
willing.
What?
It's a real simple one. You surround yourself with God's white. I always say a prayer when I'm driving. Almighty God, surround me with the white light of your protection 3 times for body, soul, and mind.
How about praying to keep those idiots away from me?
Well, and the thing is that when I have dreams,
my problem. I always reach out with the negative,
You reach out and you send them back to, if they don't come with the highest good and your best interest and intention, you can empower yourself and send them back. If they don't come with the highest good for your intention.
Let's put it this way. When you're doing 65 miles an hour, let's say, on the highway, somebody passes you doing about 80, and then they slow down in front of you to about 50. I want to send them somewhere, but nowhere good.
Well, you know what? That's where it's kind of crazy. You can call me nuts, but when I surround myself with the white light, I'm on the thruway, and I go 60. Speed limit's 55. I'm not going crazy, but they're all passing me anyway, even if I am going 5 over. But when I'm driving, it's uncanny how I'll look in the rear view, I'll look in the front, and I probably have about a 4-car space in front and behind me.
That's good.
I don't know what it is, but it's crazy how I have a circle around me. They're driving. There's 20 in front, there's 20 behind, but I've got a circle of freedom around me.
Okay, so you think that circle of protection keeps trouble away?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
well, it's either that. Thank you very, very much for the call. It's either that or, I don't know, like a machine gun mounted in the right place, which everybody who drives a lot wants.
Well, you.
I'm sorry, that's just me. That's really just me.
All right, you're being funny and you're being,
Actually, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm being serious. I don't have a positive attitude about it. If someone does that to me, it's like I could strangle them. I could, with my bare hands, watch the breath go out of their bodies.
Yeah, that's not good, though.
I know.
Not good, but but you can practice it. You can surround yourself with white light. You can any negative coming your way, return to sender.
Yeah, I mean the only white light I want to see is the tail end of a Stinger missile headed toward them. I appreciate your efforts anyway. I'll give it a try, and listen, if white light works, if good, wonderful vibrations actually do the trick, I'm willing to give it a try. Thank you very much for the call. I think we're going to Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
How are you this evening?
I'm fine. Perplexed, but fine. Fine.
Glad to hear that. Well, my name is Matt, and I am calling from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. And I just want to start by saying that it is an extreme honor to be able to speak with you. So thank you very much for taking my call.
It's an honor to be here to take it. Believe me, I'm so glad to be here.
Well, everyone is so glad that you're back, so thank you for that as well.
All right.
But I just wanted to briefly discuss with you about a possible guest that I would love to have you speak with.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure you might have heard of her. Her name is Dr. Judy Wood. And she is a PhD, and she's a brilliant woman. She has I don't think theory is quite the right word. She's come to believe through her own examination, through her own expertise, that the World Trade Center was destroyed by a high energy weapon, a free energy weapon.
The World Trade Centers, really, but we have all these high-resolution photographs of the airplanes crashing into them.
Well, she doesn't really speak so much about the airplanes. I know with 9/11, there's a lot of theories. There's a lot of information out there, a lot of differing opinions.
Oh, you're right about that, and there are, but we do have incontrovertible video proof of what hit them.
Right. Well, be that as it may, she discusses more about the collapse and what happened. I'm sure you're familiar with the Hutchinson effect. Did you ever speak with John Hutchinson?
Oh, yes.
Okay, right, yeah. She references the Hutchinson effect, and believe me, her research and her looking into this is so extensive. I wouldn't be able to do it justice here with this few short minutes that I have with you, but she's a fascinating guest. She's also caught the eye of many people, including Richard C. Hoagland, who's looked into this, and I don't know if you can say that he is a convert to her line of thinking, but I mean, it definitely, caught his attention.
Well, and, are you aware of the fact that he's got a show that follows mine?
Absolutely. Art, I used to fall asleep listening to you. Now I force myself to stay awake till 3 a.m. and I fall asleep to Richard. So he's got the pleasure now of being the one to lullaby me to sleep, so to speak.
I'm not sure if I should be honored or I think I am. In other words, you now stay awake for me and fall asleep with Richard.
I do. Nothing against Richard. It's just, the human body can only stay awake for so long, and, your program is can't miss in my book, so.
Okay. All right. Well, bless your heart. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate your call, and listen to Richard. He'll be here when I'm all done. All right?
Very good. Art, I just want to say real quickly, I think it's important to say that Dr. Wood doesn't go into so much the who or the why. She just goes into the what.
Gotcha. All right. I've got to go on that. We'll be right back. This is Midnight in the Desert.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. A woman in the UK who underwent a hysterectomy said she woke from surgery to find her doctor had removed 2 of her front teeth. Claire Jones, 47, of Newcastle, says she cannot believe that this happened, and she still has not been able to get a straight answer from the hospital. Before the July 15th procedure, Jones had signed a declaration informing doctors at Royal Stroke University Hospital that she had one denture, which was then taken out. Doctors allegedly could not account for her additional missing teeth, which has now led to an investigation. A new jaw-dropping up-close video displays the eruption of the Piton de la Fournaise volcano, located on Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean near Madagascar. New footage of the eruption, which prompted evacuation on Friday, shows the fiery rivers of lava running down the slopes. The eruption lasted for 3 days before ending on Sunday, shortly after 11 a.m. local time. This is a World Heritage Site and is one of the most active volcanoes in the world. The volcanic activity hampered the work of Malaysian investigators examining suspected debris of the MH370 flight found by beachcombers on Reunion Island on Wednesday. Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 went missing on March 8, 2014, with 239 people on board, shortly after taking off from the Malaysian capital of Kuala Lumpur en route to Beijing. Its disappearance prompted a massive international search lasting more than a year in the South Indian Ocean, the China Sea, and the Gulf of Thailand. An ex-aerospace worker came forward and admitted that the chemtrail devices that are being installed on airplanes are actually being installed, and the fact that he was one of the installers. And he goes on to share details about what they installed. He said they gutted the plane, mounted the tanks, installed the cables and lines and spraying devices. He says he was a civilian worker supervised by the military. When they were finished, they were told that this was a test conducted by the German Aeronautics and Space Administration, meaning that the plane with spraying devices goes ahead while a second plane with measuring devices flies behind and conducts measurements. He said when they were finished with the installation, guys from the military came over and instructed them to wear full body protective clothing and breathing masks because they were now going to fill the tanks, and that the substances like aluminum sulfides or barium oxides would contain highly toxic nanoparticle-sized polymers. For additional information on chemtrails and the full story from World Truth TV, visit darkmatternews.com. Scientists have made the world's first white laser light. Since being invented in 1960, lasers have been put to use in all sorts of applications, from computers and printers to fiber optics and surgery. But for this entire period, there was one thing in particular that lasers simply could not do: produce white light. Now, a team of researchers has finally announced that they've managed just that, creating a device that can emit in any color across the visible spectrum, a requirement for white lasers. Normally, lasers can only produce a single wavelength, meaning that they are restricted to one particular color of light. This color is dictated by the structure of the semiconductor, which is usually a solid chemical element or compound arranged into crystals, and is what produces the light when a voltage is applied to it. The team of researchers from Arizona State University have been able to create a semiconductor that has 3 different sections, which, when stimulated, emit red, green, and blue, and thus combine to form white. The milestone puts lasers closer to eventually becoming a mainstream light source, brighter and more energy efficient. They could replace LEDs and even be used to make more accurate and vivid colors on computer and television screens. In addition, technology is under development to create light-based wireless communication, known as Li-Fi, which could potentially be more than 10 times faster than Wi-Fi. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
said in the dark stays in the dark. Call Midnight in the Desert at 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
It will soon be your tomorrows. How right that is. Hi, everybody. I've always loved that, just the way that message is delivered. This is Midnight in the Desert on the Dark Matter Digital Network. I'm Art Bell. Public number 952-225-5278. Skype is easy peasy. You just get Skype, put it on your phone. That's free, right? Then you put, if you're in North America or Canada, MITD51 in. That's MITD51. Call us. And then if you're overseas, somewhere out of the country, this one I really want to emphasize, anywhere in the world, the rest of the world, pretty easy to get through because, well, it's a big world and a bad time elsewhere. So Skype is a piece of cake. It's MITD55. If you're outside the U.S. and Canada, MITD55. Now, we're discussing all kinds of things tonight. It's open lines. Don't feel bound to discuss shadow people. But if you do, I really would like the description of what you saw. I'm wondering if there's any commonality here. What I saw really is haunting me, and I guess haunting is the right word. That doesn't mean it was a ghost. It means it's haunting me. Hello there, Brian.
Hi, Art. Brian from Montreal.
From where?
From Montreal.
Okay. You're on.
So first things first, I like to do the Art Caller trifecta.
What would that be?
So 1, is this Art? 2, am I on the air? And 3, can you hear me?
Yes, and mostly.
Perfect. So I like to quickly suggest open lines in the future. I sent this to you on Friday. I just thought it'd be a good idea. A Children of Time Traveler line, perhaps, that you can open up. One night you're doing open lines because I think it'd be interesting.
I tried, but getting good time travelers is not an easy job.
That's fair. I totally understand that, but I'm just figuring, with who knows how John Teacher actually spent his time here if he was supposedly here, right? Perhaps
yeah, you've got a good point. You don't have very good internet, but you've got a good point.
I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. No problem. Let me give out. Let me do it. I don't care. I mean, we can do anything you want. Let me open a time traveler line right now, just in case. You ready to copy, time travelers? If there really is a time traveler out there, call me at my Roswell number. That's right. It's routed through Roswell for a good reason. And the number is area code 575-208-7787. Any time travelers, the real McCoy now. Area code Area code 575-208-7787. That's by request, I guess. All right, let's go to somebody in, I think, Nashville, Tennessee. Hi.
Oh, hello, Art. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
I don't know what the subject is because I've had my radio turned down.
Oh.
What's the subject?
Well, the subject is whatever you want it to be. Now, we were talking about shadow people or whatever in the hell they are. But we can talk about anything you want.
Okay, well, first, can I give a plug for our new Art Bell Time Travelers Facebook page?
You may.
Okay, we have this brand new Art Bell Time Travelers Facebook page, and it's only been up like 2 or 3 days, and we've already got some really great people that have joined, and everybody loves you, and we're so glad you're back.
Okay, what is the actual, if you don't mind my asking, name of the Facebook page so people can, is it called Art Bell's Time Traveler or what?
It's Art Bell Time Travelers. They can put in up there in the search in the Facebook, they can just put Time Travelers.
Right.
Or Art Bell Time Travelers, and it'll go right to it.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that will attract some to you.
I hope so. And we're having fun, and we're enjoying you, and we missed you so much. You just don't realize how much we have missed you
It is
being on
great
the
to be here.
air.
Thank you so much.
And we're hearing you on shortwave here too. Ted Randall's got it playing, on 5085,
Right.
and it comes in very well.
I love the way a Southern person says that. 5085.
I know what you think about us.
Not at all. No, I actually love the accent. I love it.
Well, thank you, but there's not much I can do about it.
Actually, you know what? A lot of singers, whether they're from the South or not, when they sing, pronounce the things as though they're from the South. I.
Really?
Yeah, I becomes I. And so
Are you
forth and
talking
so on.
about country music singers?
Not just country music singers, but any singers.
I never noticed that
It's
before.
the truth. Anyway, so I like your accent. Thank you very, very much for the call. And let me add, in addition to an apparent time traveler page, I'm learning through, I get all these messages that come through the wormhole. Stryker says, TuneIn has its own chat room for any channel, so there are plenty of us chatting about the show in there. I had no idea. These chat sites and different things pop up all over the place. All right, on what I called my time traveler line, I'll give it a try. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell.
Are you really a time traveler?
No, actually, I was availing myself of the, why, did I call the wrong number?
Oh, yeah, you sure did. Sorry. That was for time travelers, and so I had to, let me try it again. Time traveler line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi. Does it count if it's a time traveler story about a child seeing a time traveler? Art, I've been wanting to tell you this story for years. When I was a little girl, 9 years old, I believe I saw a time traveler.
Well, wait a minute. Let me qualify you first. Now, this is a time traveler's line. Are you a time traveler?
No, but I saw one when I was a child.
Okay, well, how do you know you saw one? I might go for this. Go
Well, I
ahead.
believe I did.
All right.
I was in my backyard, and I was about 9 years old, and it was after dinner. I was pulling up my bike out of our cellar, out of the cellar stairs, and I turned back, and I looked behind me, and there was a man standing in my backyard about 30 feet. There was no way he could have gotten in there. And he looked kind of shocked or kind of confused.
Yeah, but what makes him a time traveler?
He was out of time. His clothing was out of time.
Oh.
His clothes were like in the 50s, and this was like 1977, 1978, and he had a haircut that you would have in the 50s, and a type of shirt and khaki pants. And then, as I was pulling the bike out, I looked back, I saw him, looked forward again, and then I realized, wait a minute, this is something wrong. I turned back around, and he was gone. And there was no way he could have left my yard. There was no way. He was too far from the gate.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm gonna let you slip through barely on that. I really want. Now I'm gonna be strict about this. That line that I gave out is for time travelers only. All right. Let me give you the number again so you don't make a mistake. You better be a time traveler if you call this line. It is area code 575-208-7787. Non-time travelers, well, I've got a little button here, and I can send 130,000 volts right through this phone line. So the potential danger for you extends beyond being hung up on. Time travelers only. Kurt, hello, on Skype, you're on the air. Hello, Kurt. No, Kurt.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, you
Sorry,
are there.
I have my mute button on.
Oh, that'll do it.
Let me turn my radio off. Doggone it, I'm sorry. I came up fast.
Oh, well,
How
that's
are you
how it happens.
doing?
Doing well, thank you.
I wanted to tell you about. I want to tell you about a little time travel story that happened to me.
Okay.
I was in. Oh, I'm getting nervous. Okay.
Big deep breath.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was in high school in the marching band. In the hour one, we would march out on the field and practice. You know, in halftime, you do all the designs on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And so that first hour, I think I was a sophomore at that time, and there I am and have my saxophone and in line, and Diana, happened to be my cousin too by marriage, but she played saxophone with me too, and we're standing there, and all of a sudden somebody comes walking out on that field. Look, just spit an image of me. It was me walking out on that field.
Oh, my.
Looked at me, Diana said, Curtis. Looking at him, said, laughed, Curtis, there you are. And he looked at me, or I looked at me, and he went up and talked to Mr. Yeager, our band director there in front, and went up there, and whatever he said, I have no idea. And he walked away and looked back at me and walked away, and I never saw him again.
And you're sure that was you?
It was me. It was a spitting image of me. But I didn't know. I
okay,
just know that it was me.
A younger you, an older you,
It
or
was the same age as I was
Oh,
as
brother.
a sophomore, but it was a spitting image. Even Diana said, Curtis, there you are, laughing, and people looking around laughing. And I said, what was I to think? But then the next year, 2 years later, when I was a senior, I had to do the announcements and say the pledge, being president. I had made president, and so that was my duty. Second hour, I'd go in there and do the announcements. I forgot to go in and do the announcements on this one Tuesday or Wednesday, and there I'm sitting in geometry class, and my voice comes up on the air to do the pledge and do the announcements, and there I'm sitting listening to myself on the announcements.
Right.
I
So in
swear-
other words, you met your. I believe you. Thank you very much. No need to swear. I believe you. Met yourself twice. Outside the country we go. Hello, Raymond.
How we doing?
It's going well. Where are you, my friend?
I'm in Edinburgh, my friend.
Where?
It's good to hear you. I'm in Edinburgh.
Edinburgh. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good to hear you back on the radio, Pat.
It's good to be back.
As well as mate. I was just want to talk about when I stayed in the flats one time.
You what?
And I stayed in the flats, in the blocky flats, and I was sitting, seeing out my window, like in a big ball. It's
Okay, you're
like-
cutting out a
like-
little on me, and you. Besides that, you have an accent that I could cut with a knife, but I'm trying. So you were in a flat in Milwaukee, was that right?
No, I was in a flat.
No, I'm sorry, you cut off. How did I manage to get a flat in Milwaukee out of that? I don't know. Kind of sounded like it. Going to a cell phone in Virginia. Hello.
Hey, this is Plasma and Fullerton in Virginia, listening on 5085 kilohertz, shortwave WTWW. We transmit worldwide, a great station, and if you got a shortwave radio that picks up 60 meters, you can listen to it for free.
Yes,
over
sir.
the air.
That's right.
Now, I am also a little bit familiar with this phenomenon you were talking about before, that with the computer screens. And in fact, years ago, I developed a thing called pattern light, which is very similar to what they're now using for the backlighting, where they move the lighting around to follow the video.
Really?
And I think that may be what's going on. I was able to make a machine using pattern light that allowed large groups of people to dream together and have the same dream right away.
Really? Now, what started you doing that?
I was working on an exhibit for the Science Museum of Virginia,
Yeah.
and I was working late at night one night, and I was standing across the room looking at this display. It was basically a simple LED large-sized display for a rocket countdown,
Right.
and I noticed all these speckles in the light, and I said, well, wait a minute, I'm getting coherence like from a laser out of this. There's no coherence in that play. I started investigating and finally discovered the coherence was inside my own neural network, inside my skull.
Wow.
And I was able to refine that to the point where I had 6 dials that I could tune, and everybody see the same thing the same way because their neural networks are similarly
Okay,
wired.
how did you get from, experimenting on yourself to others?
I made a device to experiment on myself, and then when I realized that it worked on others, I filled in several more headsets to wear. And, I plugged them all into the same thing, and we had parties where we'd tune around and dial up what was in our neural networks, and people would gasp and be awed at the same thing at the same time when we asked them what they just saw.
Huh. So what have you done with this?
You could even dial up an extra visual field on top of your other one so you could see right through things. So what you're saying about seeing through things makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, I definitely saw through this thing. I would say, the room was fairly dark, but it obscured only about half, I would say half, of what was behind it, what I could see behind it, to give you an idea.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I want people to describe these things to me, because I know exactly, I don't know what I saw, but I can describe what I saw.
Art, it's so good to have you back. I'm a long-time listener, and I've got one comment I'd like to make about how you're pioneering a new way of delivery. I mean, I know a lot of people have done online streaming, but the way you're doing it, I think, is kind of pioneering. And the one drawback that I see in this plan is that people got to pay a lot for bandwidth, and that's not your fault. That's the way bandwidth costs in the United States, and it shouldn't.
Yeah, but you know what?
There's a patch around this.
Well, there is. For one thing, at this time of night, my friend, the majority of people are at home, and so if they're using the Wi-Fi on their phone or their tablet, it's not costing them, or their computer, it's not costing them anything.
Yeah, it depends on what kind of package they got for internet service. That may well be true, but there's people on the road and truckers and the like that really can't partake. And there's a lot of rural people who simply do not have rural internet.
True.
There's a thing called White Spaces Radio Networks, which was approved in 2010 by the FCC and went operational in 2012, and it's just sitting there fallow, unused. And if the listeners would support this and band together and form co-ops with this new White Spaces internet service, they could become their own service providers.
Okay.
And they could do it for both the uplink and the downlink.
How do you get to it?
Well, first of all, what's happening now is it's about to be destroyed by a move in Congress, started by a bill introduced by Senator Mark Warner in Virginia, unfortunately, that wants to take the UHF TV spectrum, which is the largest spectrum grant ever given to the American public in 1952, and repackage it and remove all the white spaces so we can't have it. And I would like your listeners to think seriously about how nice it would be to have about 15 or 16 TV channels worth of spectrum in your portable device.
Okay, well, you are aware that, most of the companies providing internet now, along with phone service, are increasing drastically the amount of data that you can get. And I'll tell you a little secret. If you call them up and say, listen, I'm kind of fed up, I'm thinking of canceling, they will send you over to a retention person who probably will increase by a gigabit or more how much they give you just to save you.
And I agree with all that, but if you're a road trucker, you may not be able to get a plan because there's no connectivity out in the some of the rural areas along the roads. And there's a lot of areas in the Southwest that are just dead except for satellite.
I know.
Now, if you can have a satellite downlink with these little spot beams coming from the Exceed satellite, and then have that be propagated out to the surrounding by a mesh network,
right?
Then local communities could set up their own downlink and internet service provider amongst themselves, like a rural electrical co-op, and then you could have a KU band downlink that could feed your show, so you don't have to have huge bandwidth at your end.
All right, buddy, I've got to go. I'm at break. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks, bye.
Take care. He's right, and I'm right too. We'll talk about bandwidth. It's not really so bad.
Midnight in the Desert. To call the show, if you're east of midnight, call 1-952. Call Art. If you're west of midnight, call 1-952-225-5278.
You gotta love that. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert. Rocking and just blazing through the night. Our guest didn't show up, and Case of Raw. You know, that doesn't stop the show. In fact, it goes on with zest. Hi there. On my time traveler line, are you a time traveler?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just like that, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. You're definitely a time traveler?
Without a doubt, Art, I am a time traveler.
All right. From what year do you originate?
Well, I'll tell you how I did it, Art. I went backwards in time from the year 2010. I went back to 1915. This is just one time.
That was 19 what? 50?
No, 1915.
1915. All right.
No, yeah, exactly. I went to the Indianapolis 500 on Salvia Divinorum, and I stuck my head in through the bleachers, and I was there.
Really?
Right at the last lap, the checkered flag, which is coming down. People are going crazy in the stands, waving their flags, and turn to the left, and I could see these old cars coming. I'm like, wow, man, this is too much. I'm not even really a race fan. I'm thinking, this is fantastic. And I wanted to tap somebody on the shoulder and say, here's my phone number. Call me in 10 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
I've also gone back to the 1950s on Salvia Divinorum, and it's pretty common.
All right. I want to ask you a couple of questions, please. One is, by what method, if you can tell us, do you travel in time?
By smoking Salvia Divinorum.
What the heck is that?
Salvia is a hallucinogenic herb from Oaxaca, Mexico. It's safe and it's legal, and it's 10 times stronger than LSD.
All right, so how do you know you're actually traveling in time versus so high you can't even move?
I think the reality factor and the fact it only lasts for 5 minutes and you're back and able to recall it completely.
Yeah, there is that.
There is that. Let's see.
Have you ever gone into the future?
No, because the future hasn't happened yet. I don't believe people can travel into the future.
Some claim they can.
My experience has always been backwards.
Fascinating.
And I just believe that the key to time travel is going to be drugs, and it's not a machine. It's going to be a substance. Terence McKenna said that, and I agree with him. And he says Salvia Divinorum is the key.
All right, I appreciate. Yep. I very much appreciate your call. Thank you. And Terence very well may have said that. And I'm not ruling it out. I'm really not ruling it out. I'm not a proponent of drugs at all, but you can't rule it out. It may well be that time travel could turn out ultimately to be a function of the brain. A lot of movies are based on that. One of my favorite movies of all time, Somewhere in Time, was actually based on that. If you've never seen that movie, make it a point to do it, Somewhere in Time. Okay, where to go? Let's go to Michael on Skype. Michael, hello.
Yeah, good morning, Art. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Where are you?
I am in Virginia.
Virginia.
Yep.
Beautiful part of the country.
It is. It really is, yeah. So I have a couple +1 questions for you.
Okay.
If that's all right.
Sure.
So I called into Richard Hoagland's program, Other Side of Midnight, last week.
Yes.
And I asked him if he had considered doing a 3-hour show instead of the 2 hours.
Actually, he has.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he was interested, but he wasn't sure if the network would go along with that. So my question to you is, have you given any consideration to Richard's show going 3 hours?
I have. He said to me, Art, I don't know if 2 hours is enough, to get deeply into the subject he wants to get into. And I said, look, Richard, why don't you do this? Why don't you try to for a while, and see how you do. And if you want to go to 3, probably the space can be made.
Ah, okay. So there is an option for that also.
Oh, yeah, sure there is.
I've really been enjoying that show. It's got kind of an audio verite flavor to it. It's
does.
Fun.
It does. It's like, what's coming next?
You never know. Yeah.
That's right. You
Okay,
never know.
so my second question is, I know that you haven't been actively pursuing it, but are you aware of any other terrestrial radio stations across the country that have expressed interest in picking up your show as an affiliate?
Yes. We have.
Ooh,
and,
exciting.
well, you know what? We're not. You're absolutely right. We're not aggressively pursuing it. We haven't called any of these stations that have joined us. They all came to us, and I'm still not sure. I mean, I guess it's cool, but, you know, this is such an experiment we're doing. Then I don't know what direction we're going to go. Ultimately, maybe we'll, you know, the commercials will go and we'll be listener supported. I don't know.
Sure.
You know, everything's open.
I think that having terrestrial stations gives you a larger audience, certainly, right?
You know what? That's changing. And certainly now that is true. Yes.
Yes.
And I'm not going to, you know, as I said, I'm not going to turn them down. I can't think of any reason to turn them down. And
why would you, right? Yeah, sure.
And we'll give them the ratings, guaranteed. There's this.
Okay, so
let me go on. There's this interesting experiment going on up in Portland. We're on a big one there, KXL. Big, right? And when the ratings come out, there's going to be a shock that goes across the American radio community. And I'll leave it at that.
Oh, exciting. I certainly hope that you're getting good ratings up there. Anyway, my final question is one that sort of just came up in the past hour.
Sure.
Apparently, the host of the other Unlistenable show has promoted this evening that how their streaming service hasn't had a price increase and whatnot. But this coming from the guy who claims to never play dirty pool, right?
You know, the guy just
He's
cannot.
always above board, right, Art?
He just can't help reacting, can he?
No, he can't. He's scared, and why wouldn't he be? You're Art Bell, and he's not, right?
Yeah, well, I hear that he's crowdfunded his way to the star system Turmeric, where he'll probably attempt a landing on the planet
At 11:11, I'm sure.
Riduli.
Anyway, you wouldn't suspect that tonight's scheduled guest was, I don't know, advised by the other show to abandon his appearance?
Oh,
would
who
you?
knows? Who knows? I doubt that. I doubt it.
I don't.
Anyway, it doesn't
Certainly
matter to
wouldn't
me.
be the
I'm
first time
cool.
in radio.
I'm cool. I'd rather do open lines anyway.
Fair enough, Art. We're very, very happy to have you back, and hope you have a good day. Roswell's to you.
Take care, bud. Yeah, I'm easy. I really am easy. I mean, I can go any way at all. If I have a guest that doesn't show up, well, you know, that's life. Life goes on and all that stuff, so we'll just do whatever's fun. That's the cool thing about, I suppose, two things. One being my age, and two, doing something you love. It's not like all stops, you know, when somebody doesn't show up. It's okay. What's next? Julie, hello, Julie, from somewhere.
Hey, Art. Thanks for taking my call. We're so glad you're back on the air.
Thank you for making it. Where are you, Julie?
I'm in Fircrest, Washington.
Okay.
So my husband listens a little bit more religiously than I do, and he mentioned that you were looking for the Washington State Patrol trooper that feeds Bigfoot.
That's right.
So I don't know that guy, but I did go to my trooper friend's house last night, and we mentioned the story to him, and he had a kind of funny story to tell us that there was a candidate to be a trooper, and they have to take a polygraph examination before they can become troopers.
Okay.
And they asked him, they said, you know, they asked a series of questions that they've already asked them, and he answered in the affirmative when they said, have you ever been the subject of a police investigation? And he was kind of sheepish and looked down a little bit, and he said, yeah. And he said, well, you haven't disclosed this before, so what's the deal? And he said, well, I used to dress up in a Bigfoot costume and run across the highway. And the police ended up investigating it. He never got caught, and he's a trooper to this day. I don't know his name. My friend didn't disclose that, but it was pretty funny. I thought.
All right. Well, the story about the trooper in Washington seeing Bigfoot is real. So if you can get me a name, I'm Art Bell at artbell.com.
Well, I'll try, but I don't know that anyone's going to disclose that. But
well, he can talk to me anonymously. Really, I'll figure out a way. We'll change his voice. I don't care. I just want to interview the guy. He's 20 feet from Bigfoot. He feeds Bigfoot. I want to talk to him.
All right. Well, I'll let him know and see if they want to talk to you.
Please, thank you. Tell him, email me, and I will. I'll figure out a way. I guarantee I'll figure out a way. Okay, here we go. Time Traveler Line. You are on the air.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
Good evening. Are you really a time traveler?
I have traveled one time to visit my son.
One time to travel, traveling to visit your son.
Well, my son arranged the transportation.
I see. Okay. And your son was when?
2060.
2060. Okay. I guess your son could be that age. And you actually, how did you do it? That's the first question.
Well, as I say, he arranged it. And the reason that I'm calling before I answer your question is because he's very interested in revealing some facts about the future that might cause a spin-off in the space-time continuum and provide other possibilities for alternative futures.
Okay. Having said that, how did you travel? Was it a machine? Is it something you did with drugs like our caller a little while ago? What?
Well, I, without being too specific, I was told to go to a specific location. I met some people there. They were very polite and friendly, and they placed me in this device, kind of a bell-shaped unit. And to look at it, it looked really ancient. I mean, it didn't look like something that, was from the future.
Right.
And within moments, I was with my son, where he lives on Mars, actually.
Your son lives on Mars?
Yes.
Okay, see, that's harder to believe than traveling in time.
Well,
how does he live on Mars? By then, have we established a colony?
Well, he lives in a colony of 200,000.
So we have a big colony. And all this by the year 2060?
Yes.
Man, we can't even get the space shuttle. We can't even. All right, thank you. I'm not buying that. And the reason is that, we can't even get up to the International Space Station anymore. So, a colony of hundreds of thousands on Mars by 2060? I don't see it. I just don't see it. But then again, technology's pretty wild. No question about that. All right, let's go to somebody whose name... No, we'll hold that. We'll go to the phone. We should be going back to the phone. Laguna Beach, I think you're on the air.
Hi, I can't believe it. Oh, my gosh. Hello, Art.
Hello. Thank you.
Oh, my God. This is Sylvia from Laguna Beach. Roswell's to you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so happy you're back.
Well, I'm so happy you're so happy at this time of night.
Okay, I have so many stories I want to tell you. I don't know which one to tell. I'm just going to...
Well, here's the thing. Take the most shocking, interesting one and tell me that one.
Okay, then. I will tell you about my father's visitation to me 2 months after he died. This is what happened. This little bit of backstory. I'll be as quickly as possible so I can get to the point. I was dating a man for a couple of years,
And he wasn't an American citizen. He was from Asia.
Right.
And he had decided to go back to his country to visit his mother.
Right.
And I said, that's fine, no problem. Go see her. She misses you. So he leaves and never comes back.
Oh.
And I'm thinking, okay, that's weird. What's going on? A year later, I find him on Facebook. And it turns out that he was already a married man with kids. And that everything about him was a lie. And I felt so deceived by this. And not only was I felt deceived for what he did to me, but I thought about my parents and how he had deceived them as well. And I wanted to tell my parents at the time, but unfortunately, my father was dying from brain cancer, and I figured he can't be burdened by this.
Right.
So I never said a word.
Right.
2 months later, on November, my father had passed away. And 2 months later, he came to me in a dream. And in the dream, he was normal, cancer-free, very young, I would say in his 30s.
Oh.
And he was furious. He was so furious. And he's gripping my boyfriend by the shoulder. And he's looking him hard, like, you're not going anywhere. And he's looking straight, my father's looking straight at me in the eye. And he says to me, you have to tell her. And I'm thinking, who? What are you talking about, Daddy? And then he shouts, he goes, Mija. And that means my daughter in Spanish. He goes, Mija. I know everything.
See, now we're talking about a real dad here. Did you hear the poor lady who called about the hex earlier?
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, that gave me chills. Who would? Well, I couldn't believe that. Oh, my God. Anyway, my father said to me, you have to tell his wife what happened.
Right.
And then I said to my dad, Daddy, I can't. There's no way that I can contact him. And then he says to me, go on Facebook. She just joined.
Mm-hmm.
And I wake up. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm having a heart attack. It was such a vivid dream. And I'm thinking, that was a fluke. That can't be real. But, of course, curiosity got to me, and I decided to go on Facebook.
Right.
So I go on Facebook. I find my boyfriend's Facebook account, and there's an update. It's linked with his wife's Facebook account. And so I click on her name, and I see her Facebook page, and it says at the very bottom, just joined 1 hour ago.
Wow. Wow. All right, listen, I got to go, but what a story. Thank you. Even law enforcement uses Facebook to find people now, so I'm not surprised, but what a story. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Stay right there.
Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network with Art Bell. Invite you to call now, 1-952-CALL ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Besides, over there, if they're charging, for value of content, they ought to be lowering the price anyway, wouldn't you think? Let's go to Cam. Hi, Cam. How are you?
Good. I like that last comment there.
Well.
Hey, what a great show. Who needs a guest when you got all these callers?
Well, there is that.
I just put Skype on my phone tonight, and this is the first time I'm trying it.
So you see how well it... Oh, an echo? Really?
Let's see. Let me turn down the volume.
Actually, you sound cool to me.
Okay.
Oh, what are you on, actually? A computer or a phone?
iPhone 6 Plus.
iPhone 6. Oh, a Plus, huh? You know, I always wondered about those. It's like holding a, I don't know, big thing to your ear.
Yeah, but I kind of liked it for the bigger screen, and then later I got glasses, so maybe I didn't need that. But
well, let me tell you, your audio here is like you're sitting next to me. That's how good it is.
Oh, well, great, thanks.
You're very welcome.
With when I hear you over my mixer, I just turned it down. You sound like you're sitting in my room with me too. So
there you have
it. Like that. Hey, I wanted to share a shadow cat story, but first I wanted to express my concern over anybody that dresses up as Bigfoot and walks across the highway at night.
Boy, no joke.
You know, there's been talk about the first person that can shoot one and capture it should be not illegal or something. So it's really dangerous to dress up as Bigfoot in the Northwest and walk across the highway.
It sure is. And I wonder how it would resolve if you shot what appeared to be a Bigfoot, and it turned out to be some idiot in a costume. I wonder legally how that would come down. I guess the guy could say, look, this monster was coming at me, and I was scared for my life, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think technically shooting the first Bigfoot may not be illegal, but so...
Well, if it's a real Bigfoot, yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
But, I mean, if he's tall and you really thought he was Bigfoot, you know, I don't know. So...
Yeah, it's a good point, and I really appreciate it. Anything else?
Well, my shadow cat story.
Yes.
I bought my house some years ago, and it's an older house, and I had my friend with me, and we were taking out a temporary wall, and we pulled back the ugly paneling, and we both saw this, what we thought was a cat, jump out from behind the paneling in the wall and run out the front. But when we both acknowledged it to each other, we realized... First of all, it had no solid form. It was black, it was kind of fuzzy, and it dissipated once it got out of the room.
Ooh, that's
just
weird.
Turned into nothing. So, but we both saw it at the same time.
Well, see, there you are. You both saw it. Now we've got a sighting by two people.
Yeah.
Yeah, very impressive. Thank you very much. And I submit to you that really counts. When two people see it, my word for it, you don't have to take my word for it, even though I guarantee you what I told you was the absolute truth. But if two people see it or more, that has some pretty serious meaning in my mind. Kimberly with a bunch of zeros. I can't read the number, but Kimberly, you're on the air. Hi. Hello, Kimberly. Oh, I guess she bailed. She was probably somewhere outside the country. No idea where. But Kimberly, you would have been on the air. All right. Not a lot of time, so let's go to Larry. You are on the air. Hello.
Me?
You.
Holy crow.
Yeah, extinguish your device.
There we go.
There you go.
Hey, I talked to you. My God, it had to be, I don't know, way back when you first started. And I wanted to talk to you, and you put me on, I'm getting nervous.
Probably back when you were young, huh?
Well, yeah, we were both a lot younger.
All right.
But I got put on hold, and then we lost contact. I never got a chance to get back to you. I'm so glad you're back on the air.
Well, here you are.
Anyway, I was always wondering if you and I had met in Namanui boat docks way back when, because I was on that, you know.
He's talking about Okinawa.
I'm sorry?
I said you're talking about Okinawa. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where the GIs weren't allowed to go there, but I did. We did. Me and my buddies. But,
well, it was pretty cool. I was at first military there, of course, but I turned around and went back to Okinawa as a civilian. And
right.
I lived in Naha, so I was all over the place there. You can bet on it.
Right. I was stationed at Naha.
Well, there you are.
And this would have been like 1967.
Sounds about right.
Oh, my God. We got to talking about tasers and lasers and all this stuff. And
sounds like me.
Way back when, and I always wondered if it was you that, years later I hear you on the air, and, geez, I wonder if that was that fella.
Yeah, sounds like me, all right.
Oh, my.
All right, my friend. Listen, I'm short on time. I got to go. I've got to look for somebody overseas very quickly. Hello?
Hello?
Ito, hi.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, is this me?
It's you. Ito, where are you? Yes, where are you calling from?
Ireland.
Ireland. Excellent.
Yeah. Is that Art Bell?
Yes, this is Art Bell, but...
Art Bell, I'm delighted to speak to you and honored. Hello.
I'm honored to speak with you. However, listen to me. We're coming up on a break, and I have to take these breaks. I have absolutely no choice, so...
I understand.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Flying snakes. While that may sound strange, flying snakes actually exist. The mystery of how flying snakes stay aloft may have been solved by scientists, though. These unusual reptiles, which are found in rainforests in Southeast Asia, are able to fling themselves from trees and elegantly glide through the air. Scientists say that the serpents radically alter their body shape to generate the aerodynamic forces needed to perform this feat. Professor Jake Sosha from Virginia Tech, who carried out the study, said the snake is definitely not an intuitive glider. When you look at it, you'd say that thing should not be able to glide. And in its normal body configuration, that's probably true. But when it enters the air, when it takes off and jumps and leaps from a branch, it massively transforms its body. As it jumps, it flattens out from just behind the head to where the tail starts. What it is doing is taking its ribs and rotating them forwards towards the head and upwards towards the spine. The snake's body changes from having a very round cross-section to one that is more squashed and concave at the bottom. He said the snake was producing an aerodynamic force that was comparable to that created by a scaled-down plane wing. As it's doing this, it's moving its head from side to side. It is passing waves down the body, and it looks like the animal is swimming in the air. The team says the snake could help to inspire robotic development, potentially leading to machines that can crawl, climb, and glide. This is Dark Matter News. A new jaw-dropping up-close video displays the eruption of the Piton de la Fournaise volcano, located on Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean near Madagascar. New footage of the eruption, which prompted evacuation on Friday, shows the fiery rivers of lava running down the slopes. The eruption lasted for 3 days before ending on Sunday, shortly after 11 a.m. local time. This is a World Heritage Site and is one of the most active volcanoes in the world. The volcanic activity hampered the work of Malaysian investigators examining suspected debris of the MH370 flight found by beachcombers on Reunion Island on Wednesday. Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 went missing on March 8, 2014, with 239 people on board, shortly after taking off from the Malaysian capital of Kuala Lumpur en route to Beijing. Its disappearance prompted a massive international search lasting more than a year in the South Indian Ocean, the China Sea, and the Gulf of Thailand. CNN has reported that worms can invade your brain if you eat this common food. Once you consume them, they can move throughout your body, your eyes, your tissues, and most commonly, your brain. They leave doctors puzzled in their wake as they migrate and settle to feed on the body they're invading. A classic parasite, but this one can get into your head. A British man was found to have a tapeworm moving inside his brain in 2013. This form of tapeworm had never been seen before in the United Kingdom. The patient had recently visited China, which along with South Korea, Japan, and Thailand has more regular occurrences of the parasite known as Spirometra. 4 years earlier, the man had first experienced symptoms such as headaches, which the team of doctors had treated as tuberculosis, but then it returned. This time he had new symptoms. The worm was now pushing on a new part of his brain, causing seizures and weakness in his legs. The condition associated with this infection was in fact sparginosis. There is no known drug to effectively treat the infection, meaning that upon diagnosis, doctors had to be quick to remove the worm surgically. The adult form of the Spirometra tapeworm only occurs in the intestines of cats and dogs, But as these animals shed the worm's eggs in their feces, the eggs can enter and contaminate water. The resulting juvenile form of tapeworm, known as larvae, can then stay in water within certain small crustaceans or end up in frogs and snakes. As larvae, they can invade humans through ingestion or direct contact with infected animals. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
Riders on the storm, riders on the storm, into this house we're born, into this world we're thrown.
While midnight sweeps across America, you've found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Some of you feel I gave the guy with the Sun on Mars short shrift. Maybe. He can call back. How about that? We'll bend the rule for that. Maybe I should have listened a little more. It just, I don't know, it caught me as unlikely, but one never knows. This is Midnight in the Desert, and one with this really never knows. Back now to, help me pronounce your name. Is it Ido or Ido? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
I'm here. My name is Colin. I'm from Ireland.
Carlin, your Skype says IDO.
I do not know. Yes, sorry. Yeah, that's a silly name. I do not know because
it doesn't really say that though. It says IDO space NOTKNOW. I get it now. I do not know.
You get it now.
Yeah.
I do not know, basically. Right. How are you, man? Great show.
Thank you.
I missed most of it today, but usually I get your show from somewhere on TuneIn, you know.
Well, now we have these archives.
I love it from before.
We have archives, and you can go back and listen to old shows. Pretty cool.
Cool. I'd love to hear this again because I really didn't think I'd get through.
Okay, if you go to artbell.com, that's my name, ARTBELL.com. You can sign up there, and right now it's $5, and then you get grandfathered in at $5. It's really cool.
Cool. That sounds good to me because I want to support your show. It's awesome that you're back.
Thank you.
Am I on air like right now?
Oh, like right now, yes.
Oh, I nearly cursed actually. Sorry.
You see, we don't.
You probably don't have much time with me, so no. Just thank you very much for taking my call. It's awesome. I'm glad to get through. I'd like to suggest a few things today, if that's cool. No.
Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of this mythical island off the coast of Ireland that was on maps up until 1872?
What's the name of it?
I thought. High Brazil, it's called.
High Brazil, no. Wait a minute, maybe I have.
You may be able to find an expert on that, you know.
What's the deal?
Basically, it was a tiny little, it's a mythical island, you know, Irish myth sort of thing.
Sure.
And it vanished in the fog, you know, that sort of, it was only seen once every year or so.
Yes.
And I just thought it was a pretty cool subject. You might be able to get somebody on it.
I'd love to. You're in a better place to, get that person for me than I am.
It sounds cool, yeah. I can't really get much information on it, but I'll send you links if I find something, you know.
Would you please?
Yeah, of course. And we have on Dover Coo as well as a lake creature as well I'm interested in. I'd like to hear somebody who knows stuff about that for a link.
Oh, we've heard about your creatures.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear more about that.
Plenty of those.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much for the call, all the way from Ireland.
Thank you for taking my call.
You're very welcome. Let me very quickly go to My time traveler line. Hello.
Hello.
Are you you're the guy, aren't you?
I'm the guy. Yeah.
With the son on Mars. I did. I cut you off too soon. What else can you tell us? I mean, 200,000 people.
Well,
that's a lot.
I can tell you that you know, I live in the present. I mean, I was born in 1956, so I am from now. But the drive that enabled or will enable them to colonize really the whole solar system has already been developed.
You know what? After you called and I got those messages, I thought about that and I thought, oh my God, what if we develop a drive that will move mass people? Some sort of gravity drive, I would imagine, or what?
No, it's electromagnetic drive. It's a sealed engine that NASA has already approved, or has already tested and verified.
Really?
And and that's in a hard vacuum. And, they're getting minimal thrust, but once they start to use a superconducting reaction chamber, which, by the way, is sealed, there's no exhaust tube.
Right.
They'll be able to increase the Q up into the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands and be able to get, 1 million pounds of thrust out of, using electricity to power it. And that's, that's in 5 years.
All right. Let me ask this. What is it that motivated that many people to go to Mars?
Well, what always motivates them? Gold.
Gold?
That's one of the primary gold mining colonies on Mars, and plus there are quite a few of them on the asteroids, and there's extensive things going on the moon.
Well, that certainly, through the ages, has motivated many people to go on many gold rushes, so I get that.
The reason that I called you is because my son wants to arrange a live communication from 2060 to you from Mars.
Oh, good Lord, yes. Good Lord, yes.
And
here's what I would suggest.
It will take some preparation, and it will take some time to arrange this,
okay.
But there is a very good reason that he feels very strongly that this needs to occur.
I'm with him.
And he's potentially could get into some trouble. In fact, well,
I don't want that.
But it's for the good.
All right. Let's do this. Let us set up something by email. I'm artbell@artbell.com, and we can set up whatever you want.
Okay. I will talk to the people that will actually do the technological part.
Yes.
And then I will get back to you. I don't know how I will verify that I am who I am, but you can refer to me as Frank. I don't know if that'll help.
Done deal, Frank. This has been a good call. So get in touch with me. We'll arrange exactly what you just said.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Frank, and take care. See, this is why you do open lines. This is exactly why you do open lines. You never, ever know what you're going to run into. You just don't know. Ithaca, New York. Hello.
Hello, Art. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
I am very grateful to you, not only for all the time you've been on the air, but some special peak moments of it. And one of those is when you talked about crop formation that has come down now to be known as the Arecibo reply.
I remember the Arecibo reply well.
Yes, well, I was so inspired by that to do a science project. And I actually had called Lisa at the time because I wanted to be on Coast, not about that, but about some research I'd done with genetics, about the genetics of altruism.
Yes.
But I told her that I could have a field day analyzing those agroglyphs in the computer.
How do you analyze them? I mean, what kind of, what do you put them through to analyze them? I'm curious.
Well, okay, if you have two rectangles on the ground on very flat land,
Yes.
And if you remember, the alien face and the Arecibo reply were rectangles, but they were not parallel to each other. No side of one rectangle was parallel to any side of the other.
Yes.
And when you have that, there's enough information in a perspective picture of the scene to reconstruct a perfect map of the scene as it would look, looking straight down on it. And if the pictures were a hoax, that map would reveal the radar dish as an oval instead of a circle, and the parking lot a third non-parallel rectangle in the scene.
You know, that actually makes sense. In other words, we rarely, almost never, see a directly looking down photograph, do we?
Yes, but the thing is, if you reconstruct the straight looking down photograph,
Yeah, I get it.
If it were a hoax, the radar dish would come out oval on the map, and the parking lot would come out not as a rectangle.
Right.
Now, I told Nancy Talbot, a crop circle expert, about this research project I did, and she got very angry. She said, my great friends in England were there. They walked around in it. How could you dare to do research to demonstrate that it might not have really existed and might have just been a fancy drawing? And I said, but science doesn't work that way. And the thing she didn't give me time to say was that there are certain autistic savants who, when they look at such a photograph, can generate the map in their head and just draw it.
Totally got it.
All I really did was write a computer program to emulate an autistic savant and create the map from the photograph.
Listen, I would love to see the results of some of what you've done. Could you get them to me?
Well, I sent you an email at artbell@artbell.com with the 4 versions of the manuscript I wrote for After Dark. Unfortunately, Lisa lost interest in it. At first she said, I won't have you on about
No. What I'm asking for is actual renderings of what you came up with, if viewed.
There are schematic drawings. I'm blind and I can't do much good artwork, but I have what's a computer-generated pictures of the maps. And what's interesting is, at first the maps came out as if it had been hoaxes. But I found out what happened is the photos weren't hoaxes at all. The scene was very real. Mm-hmm. What happened was people had doctored some of the pictures to make the details in the formation show up in perspective. And they took the pictures off of the picture, as it were, turned them into rectangles, put in the details, and then tried to put them back in perspective again. And they didn't put them back exactly where they had taken them from, and that ruined those pictures. But
of course, yes.
One picture where they didn't do any doctoring at all, the radar.
Okay, well, can you get me one example even?
Well, it's in the email I sent you. If you can give me a subject header you want me to use so you can find it, I'll send it again.
Crop formation phone call.
Okay.
All right.
I would love to be on Midnight in the Desert to be interviewed about this project, because I put a lot of time and energy into it.
I can understand, and that might happen. Thank you very, very much for the call. And what he is saying makes so much sense. It's almost like Contact. Remember Contact, when they were trying to figure out how it all fit together, and it turned out to be a 3-dimensional thing, and you had to put it together. And until you put it together, it made no sense at all. Make sense? Okay, so many things ringing here. Let's try for Dale on Skype. Hello. Dale? Are you there?
Hey.
Hey, Dale.
How you doing, Art?
Very well.
Wow, this is awesome. The first time I remember talking to you, I had been listening to you for a couple of years, and it was in 1994, and the story of the Trumbull Ohio UFO came on.
Sure.
And that captivated me. It was like 2 or 3 hours of this amazing story. But I wanted to talk about you were talking about shadow creatures earlier, and it got me to thinking. I'm an electrical engineer. And I'm wondering what substance they're made out of, or do they only manifest as something in the electromagnetic spectrum? And then I'm wondering, how could we interact with them?
I want all the same answers, buddy. I want all the same answers. I can tell you that I could see about halfway through it. In other words, stuff in the background behind it was about half as visible as it should have been with the amount of light in the room. You follow me?
Yeah, like a 50% gray filter. Right.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Correct.
so I wonder, like people who see these, maybe they might want to keep a flash unit with them and see if you could get their attention, light them up with a flash unit, see what kind of reaction they'd get. I'm wondering about microwave, sound bursts, laser, or a taser. I mean, if we want to be unfriendly, we have a lot of options we can explore.
I don't really want to be unfriendly, but I also don't want to be a victim.
Right, exactly. If they're pests, it seems like we have a better mousetrap we could try. But if we want to be friendly with them, what kind of things might they want? Music? Pretty pictures?
Or whatever it is, I'd be glad to hand it over.
That was my thought.
All right, thank you very much. As I said, whatever it is, I'd be more than happy to hand it over to not have to see them again. Thank you. Let's see. Kirkfield, Ontario, is that correct?
That's correct, Art.
Hey.
Terry, I'm listening on CFRB 1010.
Yes, sir.
And, or I don't actually need it, but they also do short waves, CFRX 6.070 megahertz.
I was hearing that. People have been telling me that they actually have their own shortwave station, and we're carried on that?
I haven't had a need to seek it out.
Okay.
My understanding is that it would be a simulcast, yeah.
Wow. That's pretty exciting. We're all over shortwave. It's so appropriate. I love radio.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And amateur radio is a great hobby, too. I wish I could afford it. I wanted to ask a question.
You can afford ham radio. Find somebody with a second-hand rig for sale. There's tons of them out there. You'll find something, get on the air. Do it. Get your license.
It'd be great.
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, I'm hearing very familiar theme music. I'm hearing a very familiar voiceover guy. And down the street, they're carrying a Best of Art Bell show on Saturday nights. I'm very confused about who's on speaking terms with whom.
Yeah, I'm confused too. So join the club.
Okay. I didn't realize. Okay, so it's pretty complicated. In other words,
complicated beyond even my understanding. Yes.
Okay, that's really all I wanted to ask.
Well, I wish I had an answer for you, my friend. I really wish I had an answer. Thank you very much for the call, and take care. If they want to continue to play those and in effect advertise the fact that Art Bell is still here, all you got to do is, twist the dial, fire up the phone, fire up the iPad, fire up the computer. We're everywhere. Oh, my. Let's try. I think we've got somebody on Skype. Hello? No, I think that was a hanger-on. Let's try here. Skype. Ken? Hello, Ken.
Hi.
Hi, Ken. Turn your device down, please.
Okay. I'm getting to it.
Okay. We're waiting. Down. Volume down.
Yeah, I'm there now.
Okay. Good. You're on the air.
Oh, great. It's so good to talk to you, Art. It's been quite a while since I talked to you, but how would you like to take a ride about 55 years back?
I would love that.
I was 10 years old, and, of course, as any little kid at night, I always stared at the closet door. And one night...
Very quickly, because the darn show is ending.
I saw something at the head of my bed that was about 3.5 feet tall.
Right.
And it looked something like this picture. It's in the center of the Aztec calendar with big ears, and it freaked me out, so I hid under the covers. And that was the last time I saw it, but ever since then, about a year after that, I experienced night dream flights.
Oh, that's awful. I'm so sorry. I've got to go. Listen, everybody, thank you. This show flew by. I can't believe it's over. Richard C. Hoagland's coming up on the Dark Matter Digital Network from the high desert. Good night, world.